Diane, can we do a quick mic check?
Sure can. Can you hear me?
Can you try again?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
And one more.
And can you hear me now?
We can. You're just a little low, so we might need to have you speak up a bit.
Okay.
Also, Diane, to kind of support this setup, if you raise your hand before you speak, it'll be a little easier for us to coordinate it.
And we are looking to start and reconvene to open session at 6:12. Do I have don't need a motion. We're all set to go. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Before that, though, there's nothing to report from closed session. And Mr. Giles is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you wouldn't mind standing and joining me for the pledge. Ready, begin? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic that stands nation, liberty, justice for all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And our first item is our recognition, the most inspirational teacher essay contest winner.
While this annual recognition clearly resides in the Division of Educational Services, I am so grateful that Mr. Hoffman and the department allow me to present this award this evening. because it's in recognition of Lynn Sheddig, a very long-time 25-year teacher in the district who I consider to be a very close friend. So if I get a little emotional, you'll just have to understand that that's how I feel about Lynn and her family. So allow me to read to you now. Lynn Sheddig was a teacher in the Lancaster School District for 25 years. During that time, Lynn was an inspiration, not only to her students, but also to the countless new teachers she mentored and colleagues who had the pleasure of working with her. When Lynn passed away, her family saw fit to suggest donations in her name be made to the Lancaster Education Foundation. After receiving many such donations, the foundation worked with Lynn's family to come up with a fitting tribute to this wonderful, inspirational teacher. That is how the idea of the Inspirational Teacher Essay Contest came about. Each year, the contest is open to all 8th grade students throughout the district. This year, we received 14 entries selected as the best by their school sites. A panel of judges read the essays and chose a winner for each participating site, as well as our overall district winner. The panel included Lynn's husband and former Lancaster School District Assistant Superintendent and great mentor of mine, Jim Sheddig, retired Lancaster School District teacher, including Lynn's sister, Donna King McConaughey, who is here tonight. Nice to see you, Donna, along with her husband, Blair McConaughey, who was also here tonight. Trish Manduca, former teacher at Amargosa Creek, with whom I had the pleasure of working for 6 years. Karen Davidson, another amazing teacher who spent much of her career in kindergarten at El Dorado. And Melissa Blanchard, who is currently the instructional coach at El Dorado. Is Melissa here? No, she's not. Okay. All of the students who submitted one of the selected site entries will receive a certificate of achievement. The winner, chosen at each site, will receive a $10 gift card and have their name engraved on a perpetual plaque that will stay at their site for years to come. It is my distinct pleasure to share with you the winner of the Lynn Sheddig Inspirational Teacher Essay Contest for 2022, Leah Long from Paiute Middle School. Leah, do you want to, I should have said this earlier, do you want to bring up Mom with you? She's here, right? We've got Adriana Long. And is there anybody else from your family here? Okay, we'll bring the whole family up. Come on down. And, you know, you're just indulge me for a half a second, if you don't mind. One of our Paiute teachers is retiring this year. She was your language arts teacher currently this year, Miss Palaka. I say we bring her up here too, because I'm sure she inspired your writing. Trace, come on up. Oh, what the heck? She's standing there all by herself. Mrs. Porter, principal at Paiute, why don't you come on down too? And I know you're dying for me to be quiet because what you really want to hear is Leah's essay. Leah.
Hello, everyone. I don't know really start. Okay. Throughout my life, I have always doubted my ability to do things, whether it was academic, athletic, or personal. And once I didn't do or get something right, I thought that was it. I failed. I can't do it. It was always something that hindered my confidence in myself, and it still does, but not to such a large extent. That's thanks to my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Swift, which makes her earn the title of my most inspiring teacher. Before I started my classes, my parents had to make sure that my teachers knew that I didn't have confidence in my academic ability and that I might need extra encouragement. So all of my teachers, before Mrs. Swift encouraged me, she did the best job of it. She always made me feel like I could do it, and if I tried to give up, she talked me into not doing so. When I wasn't positive during assignments or projects, she made me gain positivity by letting me know that I could do it if I wanted to, and that the only thing stopping me was me. She helped in all the ways she could. When someone was down or in a bad mood, she gave one-on-one time to talk if we needed to. She was always very supportive of everything we did, even if we didn't think we did a good job on it. Instead of talking to us like we were below her, like a lot of teachers did, she talked to us like we were our age and didn't make us feel like little kids, even though we were. When we didn't want to do something for fear of doing it wrong or embarrassing ourselves. Whether it was the first day of school or the last, she made everything better. She included everyone as much as possible. My 5th grade class was combined. It had 4th and 5th grade. Although half the class was younger than the other half, they still got some of the same experiences as us, even though we were learning different things. She included everyone in everything, whether it was for fun or academics. Like one of the field trips we went to the Griffith Observatory. We learned a lot about space and saw the Hollywood sign. Everyone had fun. Another example was on Halloween. Some kids didn't have costumes, but there was going to be a costume parade. So she got spray hair dye and props to give those that didn't have a costume, so they were included. All of these reasons, and many more, prove that Mrs. Swift is my most inspiring teacher. She always used my needs as a student to be a better teacher. She gave us positive vibes when we needed them and when we didn't, and she accepted and included everyone in any way she could. Though these reasons may seem small to others, they made a big impact on the way I viewed things. I hope this shows you that you should help who you can, when you can, accept everyone around you, and be positive in people's lives. Who you are as a person is more important than what you look like, because actions speak louder than words. Ending with the quote, "The mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, the great teacher inspires." William Arthur Ward. Thank you.
Well, you learn something new every day. I was just asking Mr. Long, Jimmy Long, who was in my 5th grade class, and he just whispered in my ear I was his most inspiring teacher. No, he really didn't. But I didn't realize that you were his niece. It is really a small world here in the Antelope Valley. Is Mrs. Swift in the audience? She is not. Well, too bad for her, but we will make sure that she knows and receives a copy of that essay. And Mr. Hoffman?
That was incredible. Can we give her another round of applause? Your name is now on the plaque that will be at Paiute School. And I'm going to give this to Mrs. Porter, and your name will be there forever. This is a traveling trophy that goes each year and remains at the school for the year. Your name will be here as well, and you'll be able to have that at your school. I can send that to you if you. All right. We also have a certificate for you and gift card to the Mall of America, the Antelope Valley Mall. You can tell I'm from Minnesota. The Mall of America is all we think about. And a check for $300. Woo! Thank you so much.
I would
Thank you very
like to
much.
say one more time, congratulations. We are so proud of you. If you need any assistance in spending that $300, talk to Uncle Jimmy. Thank you very much for allowing us to present this evening.
Thank you very much. And that essay was an inspiration to all of us. And thank you, parents and teachers and staff for all the support for that. Keep up the great work. Great job. All right. Next, we have our 2022 California Green Ribbon School, Fulton and Alsbury.
Yes, this is just an opportunity. I'm not sure. Is Dr. Gladfelter here this evening? No, he didn't make it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that we did receive some good news about a week or so ago. The California Department of Education announced that 18 schools in California have been named California Green Ribbon schools, including Fulton and Osbury. So we're very proud about that and real excited. And if you're wondering what a Green Ribbon school does to get that recognition, Anik Dagama, one of our fabulous teachers over at Fulton and Osbury, took the lead on the application process as she teaches green architecture and energy and the environment engineering classes. She and her partner teacher teach these classes to all of the sixth graders over at Fulton and Osbury. So every student at the school is exposed to careers in environmental engineering. Northrop Grumman recently sent over an environmental engineer by the name of Patrick Johnson, who spoke with the students about his company's work in environmental sustainability, and he gave them feedback on their Sustainable Cities project. Anik also co-leads the After School Environmental Club, which includes the Environmental Maker Fair through the Mojave Environmental Education Consortium, fondly known as MEEC, and early efforts at building a school garden. Students in the club also participate in the Solar Oven Cook-Off through MEEC, which involves making a multi-course meal with a homemade solar oven. And it's terrific to see these efforts recognized at the state level. Also would like to mention that several years ago, Anik was named as the MEEC Teacher of the Year, and she's continuing without a doubt to innovate and inspire her students. And their Green Ribbon announcement and award is just another recognition for the fabulous work that the staff and the students and families over at Fulton and Osbury are doing. So just wanted to congratulate them on this well-deserved honor. Thank you.
That's fantastic. They're getting that recognition. It's one of 18 schools in the state. That's fantastic. I think I remember when they demonstrated those solar ovens and some of the foods they could cook in them. Very, very interesting. So good, great job. Okay, next we have our ACES Awards.
So once a month, we have the good fortune of being able to recognize employees who have demonstrated a culture of exceptional service. And this evening, we have quite a few, and some of them are grouped together. Those of you that are being recognized tonight, we're going to do something a little different in terms of where we're going to ask you to stand. Mrs. Grooms is online this evening, and she would love to be able to see you. So we've got a camera set up here, and I'm going to move, and Mrs. Grooms, let me know if you can see me.
Yeah. We can see you.
Just keep turning.
That looks great.
So there's actually sort of a semicircle there. And so if you're alone, just stand in the middle of the dark gray area. If you're in a group, we'll just ask that you sort of all stand in that general area. So, you know what? Because we have so many this evening, Mr. Davis, Mr. Coleman, our directors in HR, would you be kind enough to assist me this evening? Thank you. So first up this evening is Hope Ortiz. Hope, come on down. So all of you. So Hope, we're going to give you your certificate. If you'd stand right there, I'm going to read a little bit about you. You probably wonder why you're here. I have the joy of seeing Hope every evening because she's the night custodian at the district office. This certificate is being presented to you tonight for the following reason. We are thankful for her joyful attitude every day and willingness to help out in every situation, no matter how big or small. And it's presented by the HRS ladies. So you know who they are and they know who you are. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask, is Shamika Givens here this evening? Shamika, you want to come down here and stand front and center? Did you bring some of your children with you? Well, I know that they're part of the reason we're recognizing these folks this evening. So if you don't mind, just so people can see you, come on down. So as you know, we give community members and parents the opportunity to nominate staff. And Miss Shamika, you took the opportunity to do 4 people. And we want to thank you for that. And just stand next to me as we recognize these folks. So as I call your name, come on down and we'll give you your certificate. And then I will be happy to read about you. So Kayla Hornsby. Oh, the fingers aren't working very. Amy Godey?
Yeah.
What's her phone?
Elizabeth Welly? No, apparently not here. So hang on to that, Mr. Coleman, if you don't mind. And Katrina Potter. So we'll let the 3 of you stand front and center, wave to Mrs. Grooms. And if you want to turn around and wave to the rest of the board, I'm sure they'd appreciate it as well. So Mrs. Givens had this to say about you, Mrs. Hornsby. She said, Mrs. Hornsby is a very friendly, honest, hardworking, respectable, trustworthy, and very dependable teacher. Teacher of the Year, most outstanding teacher, creative teacher. She puts in hard work and extra time. She is very patient with the children, a hard worker, and very involved in the children and parents' lives. She even does one-on-one sessions to help each of the children. So we want to say thank you very much, Mrs. Hornsby. Mrs. Godey? I'm not sure that you can get a better compliment than this. Mrs. Godey is a gift from God and a wise angel. She is very outspoken, I'm sure in the positive way. Dependable, trustworthy, and very involved with her teaching and just fun to be around. She is supportive, creative, and an all-around good teacher. Thank you and congratulations. Mrs. Welly, who's not here, you had this to say about her. Mrs. Welly goes beyond the limit in helping my daughter progress in school and do well on all of her testing and homework assignments. She is going over the moon and out of her way for helping and teaching my daughter, Paris Givens, what she knows. We want to say congratulations to her. She might be listening online. And finally, Mrs. Potter is one of a kind teacher to have. My daughter brags on her to everyone and lets me know how much she cares for her. Most outstanding teacher, a hard worker, and she goes out of her way to please and do for others. So the 3 of you and the 1 at home, we just want to say congratulations. Thank you for all that you do. And thank you for taking the time to recognize these 4 incredible teachers. I agree. Congratulations and thank you very much. Thank you. Next for recognition this evening, Kristen Rivas. Kristen, are you in the house? Yes. So, Kristen, this came from Mrs. Gina Wilson, and this is what she had to say about you. And I will say, and I did respond back to Mrs. Wilson, she also recognized your daughters. Actually, a couple of students. both of your daughters for the work that they do in helping the kindergartners every day. And so I encourage the school to find a way to recognize them because we recognize employees here. So I hope something special is coming for them. But this is what Mrs. Wilson had to say. Christy Rivas embodies all of the qualities our district strives to implement in PBIS. She is patient and positive to a fault. When addressing students, she is always respectful in her mannerisms. She takes the time to show students how to resolve conflicts and leads by her example. Christy unconditionally cares about each child. In the 6 years she has been at Desert View, I have never seen a kid she didn't genuinely care about. The students know and can feel that she cares. Christy is a sincere, positive role model who builds trusting relationships. Additionally, Christy often watches for opportunities to give positive feedback to students. She has let them know good news. She has let me know of good news after many recesses, and I can tell them and follow up in class with a positive remark of affection. This allows students to feel validated and feel a sense of pride in their good behavior. Christy is investing in cultivating strong young individuals who are intrinsically motivated. Christy, we just want to say thank you for all that you do. And I know you'll want to thank Mrs. Wilson for taking the time to recognize you. And we are thrilled to be able to recognize you this evening. Thank you. All right. And finally, we have a group of 5 that we're recognizing this evening. So let's see if we can get those folks down here. Principal, these are Jack Northrop folks. Principal Kim Cochran.
Oh, pretty good school.
Yeah. Melissa Cowie, campus supervisor. I have it. Sandra Romerium. She is the nurse. Kelly Huggins, teacher. And Megan Hall, teacher. Mr. Davis just said, and his former cross-country runner. Are you still running? I think that's kind of, well, I'm sure it's a reflection on his coaching somehow. Yeah, okay. So this evening, you're being recognized by Candace Reese. I trust you know who she is. And she took the time to recognize all of you. And she said, everyone here, all 5 of you are awesome. My kids have attended this school for 3 years now, and they are always willing to communicate and work together. I can trust that my kids are in good hands, being well cared for, and communication is awesome. And she ends with 2 words, great team. And we concur. Thank you so much for all that you do, and thank you for being here this evening so we can honor you. Thank you, Mr. Davis and Mr. Coleman, and that concludes our ACES presentations this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Lexi Conti. That was a fantastic presentation. And thank you, staff and teachers and parents for the ACES Awards. It's always amazing to hear the words of what they choose to say about their teachers and administrators and workers in our schools. And we thank you, and we know you're doing it for the students in our district, and it makes us proud. So keep up the great work, and thank you again. A tremendous job. All right, next we're going to be going to addressing the board. Board members will be utilizing electronic devices during the meeting to access the online agenda, and an electronic device may be used to record the meeting. Individuals who wish to address the board may complete a speaker card and present it and any supporting documents to the deputy superintendent. Individuals participating remotely who wish to speak must have a completed and approved online registration for public comments no later than 5:00 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Personal information such as a student, parent, guardian's name, address, phone number, date of birth, email address, or other directory information as defined in Ed Code 49061 may be excluded from the minutes of the meeting by submitting a written request to the superintendent. The board president shall recognize individuals who wish to speak. Individuals wishing to present testimony to the board concerning specific items on the agenda may do so once that item has been moved, seconded, and is on the floor for discussion. Time limits of 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per item shall be allowed. Board Bylaws 9322. Board members may ask questions for clarification purposes. However, no action may be taken and no discussion may take place on item not on the posted agenda, according to the Brown Act. All right, we're going to start with comments from PTA,
None this evening.
CSCA,
No comments.
TAL,
No comments this evening.
and comments from the audience.
We do have a request to speak. Our first speaker card is Nikki Shaper.
Okay. Hello. So I am here to speak on behalf of the parents of students at the Lancaster School District. As stated on the welcome sheet of today's board meeting, this elected board represents the educational needs and interests of students, parents, staff, and the community of Lancaster. We as parents do not feel that to be true, as we have not been included in the choices concerning our children. I am here to speak specifically on the upcoming end of the year graduations and celebrations. Over the last 2+ years, we as parents have missed out on award ceremonies for our children, along with other recognition opportunities. As a parent of a child who excels and receives awards, this has been heavy on my heart that I have not been able to get to watch my son receive the recognition he deserves. But what brings me up here today is for my kindergartner who struggles in school. She has medical and behavioral needs that do not make it easy for her to be the exceptional student and stand out academically or with excellence in behavior. A year of watching others get awards. We began today with congratulating a student with excellence. We applauded her as we should for all she has done, and I congratulate her again. However, for some of our students, their only moment to feel special and to be applauded for is at the end of the year at a graduation ceremony. I received word today that the West Wind graduations will be drive-through style this year again. This is unacceptable. We had a packed house in this boardroom today with no reason to be alarmed. We shook hands, we hugged, we smiled, felt good about their accomplishments. We met to congratulate others. Why can't our students have the same honor? We need to do better. On top of these graduations being drive-through style, the West Wind kindergarten graduation is on a Thursday between the hours of 11 and 11:30 a.m., requiring parents to have to take time off work, drive through a half-effort celebration. For example, personally, I have to put my own students at the high school district on the back burner during a finals day so that I can drive in my car and do what? Wave and hope that my child sees me? We have to do better. The high school district is having a regular single graduation with hundreds of students, but we can't put together an hour for a smaller population of our littlest learners. It was said that the teachers were surveyed, but this isn't about our teachers. This is about our students. And we as parents were never given the opportunity to voice our concerns, our wants, and our needs. Remember what it says on the front of your welcome letter. The board represents the educational needs and interests of who? Students and parents. When will we be heard?
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mario Presents.
Florida's controversial bill sparked debate around the country about what you're teaching your students. Inappropriate reading materials being found in library after library on our campuses. Books that are rated 18 and up are on Amazon and finding their way onto our schools, and the media is crying foul when people voice their concerns. There are children present, but so are their parents who have every right to know what you're teaching their children and what you're hiding from them. Bullying didn't stop because of the pandemic. In fact, it increased. Threats from teachers because a mask slips or a child needed respite was everywhere, and parents should not think that this is normal adult behavior. Coercion isn't limited to keeping a mask pulled up. It's also in the form of enticement over gender identity and vaccination. Your district rules forces teachers to use pronouns irrespective of what the parent says. If your boy wants to be known as Stacy and use female pronouns, your teachers must abide by this, even if you, the parent, do not. A 9-year-old is not able to make medical decisions without parental consent. So why are you having your schools have clinics that inoculate kids away from their parents and fostering gender confusion? Unvaccinated teachers are being exposed because of school policies, and I wear this scarlet letter for them. Listen to these parents because you were chosen to be their voice and protect these children, not to represent yourself or an agenda. Remember this.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Long.
Hi there. As always, thank you for allowing me to address you tonight. I'm here to speak to you as always about the sex ed curriculum. I wasn't here at the last meeting because I was actually in Sacramento with about 3,000 others to fight these crazy bills, especially AB 2223, which is infanticide. Watching our legislators ignore all of us in opposition reminded me of what goes on here. We're ignored. We're ignored. Last time I was here, I read from lesson 1. While reading through lesson 2 again, I'm asking why this board thinks it's okay to be asking middle school kids about who they have sex with, or the first time you have sex, or sexual preference. It's none of your business. Every time I'm preparing to come here, I ask myself, why am I doing this? You know, all my kids are out of school. My youngest is graduating this year, but I'm still in the fight for my grandkids and my great-grandkids and all of their kids and all of your kids and everybody else. To raise awareness. I have a past history of addiction and sexual brokenness. And after finding myself in recovery and total surrender to God and a lot of inside work and healing, I've helped several women and a few men come out of sexual brokenness as well. Since coming out of that background, I can recognize it a mile away. What this board is doing is introducing lust and sin to our kids deliberately under the guise of education. The Bible says in Galatians 5:19, when you follow your sinful nature, the results are clear: sexual immorality, impurity, lustful pleasures. When you're teaching kids to live by their feelings, knowing that sin always feels good at first, but takes you further than you ever meant to go, and to identify their sexual orientation based on how they feel, not by what they are, is wrong. You're making them feel like sex with whoever, whatever, however, is normal. It's harming them now and their future, possibly a lifetime. Talking to middle schoolers, there's some of this in here because there's kids I'm not even going to say, about certain things, certain acts, it's wrong. Middle schoolers, come on. You're robbing most of the kids of their innocence and setting them up for brokenness that can impact their lives for years and in some cases life. Matthew 18:6 says, anyone who causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better to have a large millstone around their neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea. I'm not here trying to Bible thump all of you. However, what this board is doing is causing kids to stray and undermining what God-following parents have poured into their kids. I know this board had to vote this curriculum in, so that means it could be voted out. I asked you last time, and I'll ask you again, is this what you want your kids and grandkids learning? Has anyone on the board investigated who's behind the curriculum, the LGBTQ, Planned Parenthood, and more of the like? Sex education does not belong in schools. And if anybody in here wants to know where this curriculum comes from, it's called advocatesforyouth.org. You can search it up yourself, and everything that's in there, and search the web and all their links, and you can track this stuff for yourself. I'm here to shout out and keep ringing the bell. We got to be paying attention to this because they're indoctrinating our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amanda Palmer.
Hello. Thank you for honoring my right to speak tonight. I really don't want to be here speaking on this topic, but if I don't speak up, then my voice won't be heard. And my name is Amanda Palmer, and I've worked in this district for over 10 years. I love being a teacher. I believe that I was made to be an educator. I also was an aspiring administrator, but I am unvaccinated. I am unvaccinated for several reasons, including personal and religious reasons, and I have medical reasons why I cannot be vaccinated as well. But these reasons have been disrespected by district administration. I wanted to share with you that NPR has an article over half the teachers are looking for the exits, a poll says. The article states that the National Education Association poll conducted in January helps quantify the stress being placed on educators right now. The reason why they want to leave is because teachers are feeling exhausted, overwhelmed, feeling unloved, and disrespected, as stated in the article. With all of my spirit, I'm trying to continue to work through the difficulties I have encountered. My students have been wonderful this year. It's the COVID practices and policies that have been stressful on me. Having to watch what has been done to our students is heartbreaking, from the rise of mental health problems to the academic difficulties that they are facing today. For example, this past year, we only had 4 English learner students reclassify, where usually it's closer to 20 at my site. But this data is withheld from the public. I don't want to dwell on the past, but I do want to share what is going on so that we can move forward to make the right decision to stop pushing the harmful measures that have been taken. When the mandate to test started 10 weeks into the school year, not from day one, but 10 weeks, with a caseload of 150 students, I was deemed to be unsafe, even when I was not sick. Weekly testing on unvaccinated staff is discriminatory. It is inconvenient. It is dehumanizing, and it is offensive. In January, the practice to wear surgical masks or N95 masks was implemented after 2 years of being told that cloth masks were effective. All of my cloth masks were ethically sourced. I knew that it wouldn't be detrimental to our environment, and I knew that slave labor was not used in the making of my cloth masks. But then I was told I needed to wear a district-provided mask, which I know were not ethically sourced. Because of my distress, I asked to go home, but instead of allowing me to go home, I was threatened with unpaid leave and paperwork that would follow. I was walked off campus because I could not consciously wear the mask that was provided to me. I couldn't stop thinking of the children in sweatshops and their little hands on my face. I had tested twice that week. I didn't deserve to be walked off campus, and my spotless record now has a blemish with a letter of reprimand due to this incident. Because I am unvaccinated, I must undergo weekly testing, share my results with the district still to this day. If not, I have been threatened with unpaid leave and more recently loss of personal sick time and PN. Again, I was told to leave work just last week because I am unvaccinated. On Monday, I was told I could not come to work because my test results did not come in on time from my healthcare provider. On that Monday, I went to the district's health and wellness room at Parkview to take an antigen COVID test, at which point I was deemed not sick. Although the antigen cleared me, I was told on Tuesday that I was not allowed on campus due to the type of test. Then on Thursday, under duress, threat, and coercion, I was told to log into my healthcare provider portal and upload a record of my PCR test results. Because my test results were inconclusive, I was forced to leave campus on Thursday and Friday during state testing and use my own sick time. This is not fair to my students or to me. I am healthy. I am not sick. I am forced to, and my students love me. I'm a highly qualified teacher. But they were left with substitute teachers instead, even when I wasn't sick and tested negative with the district and governmental agency provided tests. My students have suffered enough from the mandates, and our district needs to take a stand against them. We all saw detrimental impact of COVIDian practices. Isolation, school closures were just the beginning. We are continuing to discriminate against students that are unvaccinated. They are deprived of an education when they are forced into isolation, even when they are asymptomatic and not sick. My students tell me they are falling behind due to the tracking and tracing practices. They say it's hard to catch up. I have other students that told me that they want to take their mask off, but that they are embarrassed of their faces, not because they fear COVID. I have students that lost their band elective because they are unvaccinated. If this is not discrimination, then what is? Please, we as educators should be concerned about the minds of our children, about learning and academics, so that our students who come from diverse backgrounds have more chances for achievement, not less. If parents are concerned about their children's physical health, then it is their right to take care of that however they see fit. But our obligation is, as educators, is education, not to play doctor. As an educator, I have the obligation of being the first line of defense. If I can't defend my right to my own body, my privacy, my religion, then how can I defend anyone else's or my students? The reason why I'm here is because we need to fight for our freedom, because when I stand up for my rights, I also stand up for yours and the next generations. To anyone who is listening, I want to make you aware of the bills that the state is trying to pass. SB 871 requires all children to be back 0 to 17 to attend school or daycare, regardless of religious or personal belief exemptions. SB 1479 requires schools to continue COVID testing. This will become law instead of just mandate. The hearing for this is May 9th. This is urgent. You can let the state legislator know that you do not approve of this. Will you continue to push teachers out of the classroom? Are we going to continue to follow the county and state protocols that have been detrimental to the children, even though they have 0% chance of dying from COVID? When will we take a stand? When will we say enough is enough? If any of you are interested in speaking to me personally on this matter or anything that's going on, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mickey Martinez.
Thank you. I can't believe I have to follow that. That was amazing. I guess that's why she's at middle school and I'm in 5th grade still. Okay. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Mickey Martinez. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Miller Elementary School. I've been a teacher in our district for 19 years. I would like to start off by saying this has been one heck of a year. The takeaway is that COVID is not going away. Surely numbers are on a steady decline, but the fear forced upon us lingers. We as a district need to learn how to better manage it. As board members, you have been elected to do what is best for the kids. COVID has caused a mental health crisis in students, staff members, and our community. I am concerned with the suicide rate going up in the Antelope Valley due to depression caused by COVID. Thank you. COVID has hurt our kids mentally by telling them they are sick and must wear a mask when they were in fact perfectly healthy. Healthy kids were torn from their friends at school and forced to quarantine just in case they would come up sick, which hurt them mentally. Kids had to live over half the school year with plastic around their desks, which hurt them mentally. And it has hurt their teachers mentally to have to witness these things that the kids have gone through all year. We need to manage it better next year. We cannot put our kids, families, and staff through what we went through this year. Something else that ultimately hurts our students is harassment and discrimination against their teachers and support staff with discriminatory asymptomatic testing of unvaccinated and/or undeclared employees. It is a clear example of discrimination because you are treating one group of people differently. It is a fact that both vaccinated and unvaccinated people can get and pass on COVID. The fact that you are only testing one group of people when both can get and pass on COVID equally makes no sense at all. Why is our district still participating in asymptomatic testing? I keep getting the same answer. The August 11th, 2021 health order, a 9-month-old outdated document. This document has not been rescinded nor updated in 9 months. A lot's changed since then. The COVID-19 exposure management plan guidance in TK through 12 schools, Appendix T2's doc's most recent update on April 20th, 2022, just 13 days old, states that schools may choose to implement an asymptomatic testing program. So that's voluntary. It is not required. That document is 13 days old and is going off of all the new information about COVID versus a 9-month-old document with old information that our district continues to refer to. We need to do better. Please stop intruding on our personal medical lives, ultimately treating us like sick vermin that need to be poked and prodded in order to be around people because, God forbid, we get them sick with something we don't have. Okay, it's embarrassing, humiliating, even to have to take a test in order to be treated equally in our district. I have to prove I'm not sick. Meanwhile, coworkers that are vaccinated don't have to prove anything, yet both of us can get and pass on COVID the exact same. It makes no sense. I was pulled out of class twice in one day to speak to somebody from the district about my test results. The principal had to come in and take my class. My kids were upset thinking I was getting in trouble. They're already in a bad mental state where they're just getting back to school. Oh gosh, now they're going to lose their teacher and have another sub. They're jumpy now when they open the door. They think I'm going to leave again. That's not okay. That hurts them. Okay, if only I could speak candidly to my students and tell them I'm fighting to protect all of our freedoms from being stripped from us. I cannot in good faith teach them about the founding of America and our constitutional rights, all while freely allowing mine to be stripped from me with no questions asked. Our district needs to figure out how to treat all students and staff members equally. Discriminatory asymptomatic testing of unvaccinated or undeclared employees cannot go on until next year. If you plan on continuing the discrimination, you need to inform your staff so they can make an informed decision on whether or not they want to continue to work for a district that discriminates against people based on their personal and private medical information and beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jaylene Davidson.
Hello, school board. I want to start tonight with reminding you of a scripture, Matthew 6:22-24. The eye is the lamp of the body. So then, if your eye is clear, your whole body is full of light. But if your eye is bad, your whole body is full of darkness. So if the light that is in you is darkness, how great is the darkness? No one can serve two masters, for either he will hate one and love the other, or he will be devoted to one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and wealth. You have chose wealth over these children. You've chose your jobs over these children. And just so you know, you cannot serve God and continually cause division. You cannot serve God and tell these children that they are anything other than what their creator made them to be. And by the way, that's in his image. I have heard the schools speak and say, our children. Please let me correct you. They are not your children. They are first God's children, and then they are their parents' children, and it is your duty to watch over them and protect them. You also cannot serve God and continue abusing your children and your teachers. Let me remind you, without these children, there are no teachers. There are no schools. There is no board. And there is no superintendents. These children are afraid to take their mask off. Some of them are afraid. They don't even know who they are anymore. You have divided them, and I have mentioned this, and sometimes I told a friend tonight, sometimes it sounds like a broken record, but you know what? I realize I don't care, because so do you. And I would rather stand up here in defense of these children and sound like a broken record standing up for them than to be a broken record abusing them and dividing them. I am literally exhausted and figuratively exhausted. I do not have kids in this school district. I don't have kids in school. Thank you, Jesus. But I do have friends that do. And even the ones that aren't friends, they're still God's children. So I will go home. I will stand in a cold shower like I did tonight, and I will be here and I will speak up. It is easy for people to complain and stay at home. I would really like to be in bed. But not if it means you continuing to treat our children the way that you are, or your teachers the way that you are. You say you're not divisive? Let's bring up West Wind, by the way, which, by the way, is the Lancaster School District. I know for a fact all your school districts are not doing drive-through graduations, but West Wind is. So once again, there shows your constant and continuous division, even in your own school district. These kids already have been robbed, and now you want to rob them of their graduation? Why? Why can some of your schools have a graduation and other schools can't? How is that not divisive? If you're going to be on a page, why aren't you on the same page? I am personally going to stand here every 2 weeks, whether I have people show up or they don't show up, and I'm going to stand with the ones that have constantly been here, whether they had backup or they didn't, and they stood up for their kids, and they stood up for everybody else's kids, and they didn't care who was here. Actually, they did care. But they were here anyway. And they'll be here whether there's a crowd, they'll be here whether there's not a crowd. Because those children are our future. You are crossing lines that are not meant to be crossed. They're not yours to cross. Like my friends, I've been in California all my life. I've been in the Antelope Valley all my life. And like many of my friends who've left, I have begged, I have cried, and I have prayed that God would release me because I don't stand with this evil. And if it goes down, I don't want to go down with you. Let's be honest. But you know what? He told me no. And unlike Jonah, I don't need to be swallowed up by a whale. So I'm still here. And I'm still standing because for some godforsaken reason, he believes California is still worth fighting for. I don't understand it, but I'm not him, and I trust him. Although I do think Jonah had it easier, because at least when Jonah showed up in Nineveh, they ripped their clothes, they fell to their knees, and they repented out of fear. They feared God, not their checks, not their job, and not what the world thought of them. Are you guys doing that? I shake literally every time I get up here. I don't know if I'm more angry or if I'm more sad, but I know I have it all. I want to scream. I want to cry. And you know what? You may feel like I'm giving you a sermon tonight. Some of you may not even believe. And that's okay. You know, whenever God wants to save California, he's a very gracious God. And I'm grateful for that. I really am. He's a very loving and gracious God. But he's also not a God to be mocked. And he is still a just God. And whether you believe in him or not, we will all be held accountable for our decisions. Okay? And even if you don't believe in him, there's one promise I can give you. That every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, and you're gonna find out what justice truly is. And I promise you, it doesn't look like Gascon. I pray that while he's giving these warnings and he keeps calling out to you, that you do the right thing if you're not doing it. I actually implore you to do the right thing. Not just for the kids, but for the sake of your souls. Because no matter what you're doing or how evil it is, you are still a child of God. Here's the thing, there will come a day where he'll stop imploring you to do the right thing. And he'll give you over to your own heart. I don't know what day that is. I was gracious when that day came to me. I fell on my knees, I listened, and I did exactly what he told me to do. But you know what? Pharaoh's time ran out, and his time ran out before he died. So if you think you have all the time in the world until you die to make the right decision, that's not true. That's not true. Pharaoh's fate was written because of his evil acts and because he wouldn't listen way before his death. And you know what? I'm going to end on this note. If these were your children, as you guys claim they are, these are our children, then shame on you for not protecting them. That makes you a really bad, abusive parent that needs the help of God and a lot of prayer. Please do what's right. And I'm going to continue to be up here, broken record or not, and I'm going to keep screaming until you change, because I promise you, I'm not.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Carla Galvin.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Carla Galvin. I am a mother of 5 little humans that I would die for. I will be speaking on behalf of all those children and parents whose rights you have continuously violated. Instead of talking about what you guys are doing wrong like I usually do, I'm here to talk about our expectations for the upcoming school year. We need you guys to stop thinking you own our children and that you decide what is right and what is wrong for them. The only consent is for our kids to be educated. We, the parents, are the guardians. You need to go through us before you make decisions on future nonsensical mandates. We need to know that what you will do to defend our children's rights from these bills that are trying to pass, like SB 866, where minors can make unsafe medical decisions without parental consent. SB 871, which adds COVID-19 shot to the list of immunizations to be able to attend public and private school. This bill is on hold, but there's no guarantee it won't be brought back. SB 1184, which authorizes school health personnel to expose our child's medical information without parental consent to a third party. SB 1479, which requires every school in California, K through 12, to unnecessarily test, track, quarantine, and degrade our children. On April 5th, Mr. Teepee said that the board will have a copy of the bills referenced by Ms. Giles if anyone was interested. My question is, why isn't this information being shared on any of the district's community forum, but you continue to share information about vaccine clinics? This bill information is important to the community and should not be partisan. We want to know if SB 866 becomes a law, is the Lancaster School District in favor of on-campus vaccine clinics, which certain schools already hold? 12-year-olds can't make legal decisions such as getting a loan, voting, purchasing certain products like spray paint, markers. If the age of consent to purchase alcohol and cigarettes is the age of 21, because those substances are damaging to our health, why is it that these requirements are put in place in certain areas, but now 12-year-olds are going to be allowed to make these irreversible medical decisions of that magnitude? All these bills are in violation of our parental rights. We need to know what you're going to do to not allow these dehumanizing bills to infiltrate our schools. I am tired of standing here every 2 weeks telling you what you guys are not doing for our children, like if you're not aware of the wrongdoing. You know about the wrongdoing. Now tell us parents that our children are safe in the school system and that you will not allow their freedom of choice and free speech to unlawfully be taken from them. I am in favor of freedom of choice. If you want to vaccinate and mask yourself, that is your decision. But don't come and try to make a choice for my children, for our children. That is our responsibility. I know that all of you took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state constitution. And I want to request on record a copy of the oath of office for each board member, superintendent, and assistant superintendent. I want to remind each parent that you have a duty as a parent to defend your child's rights. I want to remind you all that Diane Grooms and Dwayne Wynn are in support of masking and vaccinating our children with the ability for us parents to decide. Do not allow them to be reelected. Get involved, ask questions. Our kids are not a science project. Stop co-parenting with the school board and the government. I don't care what your politics are. If you put your children first above all, then you and I are on the same side. We, the parents, have the power. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Julian Polito.
Hi, my name is Julian Polito. I am in the 5th grade. I'm here because my peers and I deserve better than a drive-through promotion that our school and the district is giving us. We have already gone through a lot in these last 2 years plus, and I know that we deserve much more than that. I want to know how I can help or how my parents can help for my classmates to get an in-person promotion ceremony that my parents can attend. I want to ask the board members and Ms. Bowers to reconsider having something else other than a drive-through promotion. Do you not believe we deserve better? I have felt pushed around this whole year, my voice not being heard, my freedom not being respected. I think it is time that you hear what the students have to say instead of ignoring us. We deserve better. Our parents deserve to have a voice in what is being decided regarding us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Napolitano.
Good evening. So I'm going to touch briefly on what Barbara was speaking about. If you're interested, you could go to kidsdata.org. I recently wrote an article in a local newspaper called the Palmdale Journal. It can be found at palmdalefreedomcoalition.com. It talks about depression-related feelings by sexual orientation. This is in the state of California. So it's asking if the children are depressed. Gay, lesbian, and bisexual, 67.3% are depressed. 32.7% are not. Straight, 29.1, excuse me, and 70.9 no. The not sure classification was 49.9% and 50.1% for no. And then I don't know how much tech savvy stuff you got going on over there, but it's kind of rude when my friend was speaking and you're scrolling through your phone the whole time. Just so you know. I watched that. Good evening, members of the board and anyone else present or online. My name is Mark Napolitano. I would like for all of us to remember our primary purpose we are here for. We're not here for the members of the board, nor the staff or teachers. The one true purpose we are here for is our children. Yes, the parents' children. Although you work diligently for our children and spend a lot of time with them, they're still our children. And without our children, none of you would be employed here. Our nation is in distress, and too many of us taxpayers have put way too much trust into the system. It has been brought to my attention that a 5th grade promotion at Westwind Elementary will be a drive-through type. My daughter did that 2 years ago. Dumbest thing I participated in my life, just so you know. Except for her promotion, graduating. But the idea behind it, especially when we're all here and you guys are teaching school, it's like, seriously, put that stuff behind us. I ask why. Is it because the school or teachers made this decision, a decision without the voice of the parents or of the students who went through the hellish years, 2 years of lies and deceit? Our poor children have been tormented and traumatized, not your children. Wouldn't you agree that an in-person ceremony is truly not only what they deserve, yet most rewarding as well? Did any surveys go out? Did any staff ask the students or parents of students which they prefer? Or are our school staff abusing their power and not reaching out to the parents to inquire what it is they prefer? In-person schooling has returned, as well as facial clarity, thank God. So we know it's not an issue of finances since the district received $86 million in COVID cash, which a lot went to salaries. I did get the ACER report, and a lot of it went to classified salaries. I don't know what that means. And a lot of it went to salaries. I'm a blue collar worker. I went to work every single day when this pandemic, what you want to call it, occurred. I'm working next to people I don't know, and I didn't get any stipulations. So congratulations for my extra money to you, because I bust my ass at work. Maybe an issue of fear. If so, those whom are fearful can A, stay home, or B, wear their mask. Again, I ask, where was our parental and students' voices in this decision? Are we continuing to allow others to think they know what's best for us and our children? I highly encourage the use of COVID cash to send out a questionnaire to the 4 classes of 5th graders at Westwind Elementary to allow the parents' voices to be heard. Stop assuming you know what's best for our children and allow our voices to be heard. Switching topics. After seeing this district run C19 clinics, like your little flyer out there on the gate for whatever weekends, West Side Elementary School District does it too. It's asinine. If SB 866 were to pass, would this district be in favor of poisoning our children? You can poison your kids, but our kids are our kids. With vaccines that have been out for decades, we already know they can be damaging. Things such as allergies, asthma, eczema, autoimmune disorders, seizures, and death have all been linked to vaccines. My niece was 4 at the time when she suffered anaphylactic shock, which can result in death from receiving Prevnar 13 and the HIV vaccine. This reaction with family history and MTHFR genetic mutation qualified her for a medical exemption until the passing of SB 276, which removed her exemption for her reaction, which did not require a defibrillator. You know, like when somebody's dying and you got to shock them back to life. Yeah, that pulled her medical exemption because she wasn't on the floor dying. Thankfully, she lived. So if the top pharmaceutical companies are not held liable for adverse reactions, who is? Will any of you board members claim liability for our children who may suffer from this poison? The evidence is already out there. Remember, these companies wanted to hide this information of the C-19 shots well past beyond my lifetime. I believe it was like 50 or 60 years. We'll all be dead by then. They wanted to hide this information until each and every one of us are dead, and then the kids, our children, are suffering. Makes no sense. Make it make sense. Again, who's taking liability? Stand with the parents and our children to combat this disgusting issue. Parents, take a stand. Our schools are no longer public schools. They've become governmental schools or camps similar to those of Hitler Youth. Stop indoctrinating our children. Let them be kids and put the power back in the parents' voice, not that of school administration, school boards, departments of health, or any government official. May God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Shaylin Gamayage.
Good evening, board members. I would like to thank everyone who's been talking about the promotions at Westwind. I have a kindergartner being promoted and a fifth grader being promoted, so I'll be in that line all day long. Something to think about. Maybe go talk to the superintendent because she put it back on the teachers and the school district that you guys have been trying to get rid of promotions for over 10 years. That's not why I'm here. I just was going to go along with the whole game and hopefully I can get my kids out of here. Good evening, board members. The LA County Department of Public Health has updated their exposure management guidelines regarding exposed asymptomatic individuals. Persons are considered to be exposed to a case during the infectious period if they shared the same indoor airspace with the infected persons for 15 minutes or more than 24-hour period. These individuals are not required to quarantine. However, they are required to test within 3 to 5 days after last exposure and mask around others for 10 days after last exposure, except while eating or drinking. This updated mask testing requirement for asymptomatic exposed students will go into effect tomorrow, May 4th, 2022. When I was here on March 1st, and the decision was made to remove masks, I asked to continue to vote for the masking resolution because I knew these masks would make a comeback, and here they are. UCLA Clinical and Translational Science Institute, Dr. Vladimir Manuel said, quote, elementary classrooms with recent COVID-19 cases had similar positivity in routine testing as classrooms that did not have recent cases. This suggests that there was minimal transmission in schools. The exception was 2 weeks in January 2022 during the Omicron surge, when these classrooms had somewhat higher rates. Our model suggests no or very small amounts of classroom transmission since January, even after lifting the outdoor-indoor masking mandates, end quote. We cannot allow these mandates to come back, guidelines and recommendations to come back. They are unscientific and have done enough damage to these children. Children are behind and delayed in academics because the focus of education was lost. With 2021-2022 school year coming to a close and a month of academics lost due to state testing in grades impacted most by the shutdowns, the 2022-2023 school year is right around the corner. Our expectations as parents of children within your school district is to focus on learning loss, mental health, and giving these children the normal schooling they deserve. We also ask that you provide parents a plan on how these expectations are going to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rich Gallego.
Good evening. My name is Rich Gallego. I'm here with the Palmdale Freedom Coalition. You may have heard that we recently got the city of Palmdale to pass Ordinance 1577, which effectively bans vaccine mandates in the city of Palmdale. Get used to my face. You're going to be seeing it more often because we're coming here next. As I stand here right now, I'm trying to remember the words of a very wise friend of mine who once reminded me that God doesn't answer a prayer for patience by snapping his fingers and granting it to you. Instead, he gives you many opportunities to practice being patient. That's what I'm experiencing right now. Over the last several months, I've gotten to know a few of the teachers who have spoken here tonight. More importantly than knowing their personalities, I've gotten to know their character. I've heard what they've been telling me about what's happened at their jobs, the discrimination that they've faced, the unwarranted discrimination, I might add. And what I know is that their character is sterling. And all the time that we spent listening to them, having conversations with them, not once have I heard them mention being upset about possibly losing the money that their job provides. The only thing I've heard them mention is how heartbroken they are because of the effect it's having on the kids that they teach. And to think that you folks would be behind something that's possibly getting them out of the classroom, it's unconscionable. And you may be able to sit there and mollify your own consciences, telling yourself that you're just doing your jobs. You're just following the state edict or the county edict. Are you familiar with the Nuremberg Codes? You can nod your heads. I can't even tell if you're awake. It's a direct question. I'd like an answer. If you're not, they came out of Nazi Germany after the Second World War, when all the German soldiers, officers, scientists, and I use that word advisedly, claimed that they were only doing their jobs, only following orders. And the Nuremberg Codes now state that a person cannot take part in an experiment, a medical experiment, without their consent, informed consent. That's an important word. Because people getting the vaccines these days to COVID, and I want to state that I'm speaking specifically about COVID vaccines, not others, they are not being informed. Are any of you even slightly familiar with the term antibody-dependent enhancement? Do you know that an exhausted immune system by getting a vaccine and too many boosters in too short a period of time, do you know that that can cause AIDS? True statement. All right, the research is out there. If you haven't done it, I would advise you to do so, if not for the people that you represent, for yourselves and your families. The vaccines cause an unusually high amount of things like blood clotting in the brain hemorrhaging, autoimmune disorders, inflammation disorders. Those vaccines were given not real approval, but emergency approval without being tested on pregnant women, adolescent boys. And if that doesn't mean anything to you, let me tell you, I spent 30 years running an immunology lab at Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. I'm familiar with IRB, investigational review boards, and their processes. In my 30 years, I never once came up against a proposed experiment or study that didn't include those cohorts, pregnant women, adolescent boys. But these vaccines did. They didn't have to have those studies done. That should be a huge red flag to anybody. Now, those are scientific issues, and I'd be happy to walk anybody through them if they're interested in more detailed information. Let me get to the masks for a moment. Again, in my prior career, every year we had to take an online test, reorientation, what they called it, having to do with personal protective equipment, including masks. Now, if you want to wear a placebo on your face, go ahead. I've told people before, if you think strapping a trout to the top of your head is going to keep you safe from something, have at it. I'll stand by you and protect your right to do so. But I'm here to tell you those masks do absolutely nothing. And I'm speaking about the N95s as well. And if you're thinking to yourself, no, they use them in hospitals. Yeah, they do. You know what else they use in concert with them? In an isolation ward, in an operating theater. First of all, they're constantly changed. You go into one of those places with a fresh mask, you come out, you take it off. You put a new one on when you go back in. When those rooms are not in service, they're constantly wiped down with germicidal wipes. UV lighting is usually used as well to kill any germs on any surfaces. And then you have HEPA filtration systems. Now I ask you, do you see any of those things happening in Walmart? Do you see any of those things happening at your local restaurants, anywhere in public? They don't. And the effect of that is it renders the masks absolutely useless. 2 or 3 days ago, there was a new study released, CDC data, that tracked societies that use masks a great deal of the time. They were mandated on the same calendar days with societies that didn't use the mask or weren't mandated. You know, the curves were exactly the same as far as the rate of transmission of COVID-19 because they don't work. Now, I am tired. Early on, I was one of those people that said, well, if I go to the grocery store, maybe I'll put one on because there might be somebody there with a pre-existing condition who's a little freaked out. And I'm not trying to freak out my fellow citizens. But it's been over 2 years now, and I am tired of playing along with stupid. And you may hide, and it is that, because, I have to assume that you didn't get here by being morons. You may hide behind this excuse of, I'm only following directions. The county said this, the county said that. Has anybody ever asked the county officials why they recommend masks? Why? I'm asking you, why? Give me the data. Show me the studies. They don't exist. So why on earth are you doing this? Trying to get rid of teachers that are dedicated. I walk around and I speak to young people, and the level of education in our society in general is woefully bad. And then you have teachers who are willing to give their careers, sacrifice family time to educate somebody else's kids. And you want to hassle them and make it hard for them to do their jobs? You should be ashamed of yourselves. And again, I'm trying to practice that patience thing, but standing in the back of the room there, listening to you folks, or these folks, tell these horror stories, which you could put a stop to. You have chosen not to this point. You are responsible. The thought that kept going through my head is, what the hell is wrong with you people? Have you no decency? Are you able to think for yourselves? What's happened to critical thought in this society? I'm going to stop now because I am on the verge of losing my temper. Believe me, this ain't it. You need to look long and hard at what you're doing to your fellow citizens. This is wrong. This is shameful. And personally, if I were a friend of yours, I'd be ashamed to know you. I really would. Listen to these people. You were elected to serve them. I keep beating this same old drum with the city council members in Palmdale. I'm sure I'm going to have this conversation in Lancaster soon. The idea of the consent of the governed means that you consent with them. They tell you what they want you to do. These people are here. They're engaged. And by the way, I too am a parent. I have a 14-year-old son and a 16-year-old daughter. One of them goes to school in Lancaster. And the thing that I keep thinking is, they're safe. I know they're safe. They already had COVID. Their natural immunity is far superior to these ridiculous vaccines. And again, if you ever want to have a conversation, give me a call. You can find me. I'm on the internet. Look up my name next to the word neuroblastoma. You'll see a host of scientific journals where I've got authorships on the papers. So I know whereof I speak. Contact me. I'll walk you through the science if you'd like. But I can tell you this, the thing I'm most concerned about is my children growing up in a free society. How dare you take measures to take their freedom away from them? How dare you take measures to create a tiered society in clear violation of the 5th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution? You do not have the right to deprive people of their God-given liberties. Yet here you are doing exactly that. I'm going to leave you with this. I'm willing to die to defend my freedom and the freedom of my children, my family, my friends, my fellow citizens. Are you willing to die to take them from us?
Thank you.
That concludes the speaker comments.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for sharing with the board. We appreciate your comments. And next, we're going to go over May celebrations. Teacher Appreciation Week, May 2nd through 6th. Day of the Teacher, May 11th. And School Nurse, May 11th as well. And Classified School Employees Week, May 16th through 20th. Next, we have our enrollment report.
Good evening, Board. As of today, in our TK through 8th grades, we have 14,114 students. In ECE, we have 627 for a grand total of 14,741 students. This is a loss of 3 students from our last board report and a gain of 330 from the same time last year.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, we have any other presentations?
We do not. I'm just double checking here. Let me see. We do not have any additional informational items for you this evening.
Okay, next we have presentations, requests, proposals, and reports. Charter School Update, iLead in Lancaster.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask if there's any way possible. I know that we have a few people that have been here a while. On item 14A, there's an individual action item for HR. Is it possible that we could do that one before we have our presentations?
Yeah, we can move that up. So we'll do 14A.
Thank you, iLead team. We will be momentarily, we will be right with you. Thank you.
So we have individual action items, human resources, 14A, approval of principal.
Eric Gold.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we have a motion. We'll talk more discussion.
Okay, so do we have a motion by Dwayne Nguyen?
Second.
Second by Keith Giles. And With that, all in favor?
Oh, wait. No, we're going to do a roll
Got to
call.
do a roll call.
But before we get to the roll call vote, I believe that Mr. Conti is going to share some information about the person that's being recommended to you.
It gives me great honor to bring before the board this evening the recommendation that we appoint Eric Gold as a principal beginning in the 22-23 school year. Mr. Gold has faithfully served the district as an assistant principal for the past 4 years. Prior to that, he's been a teacher in grades 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Perhaps he can't keep a job, I'm not sure. But we'd like to commend him for the variety of grade levels that he's taught. He's completed the AXA Principals Academy. He has attended CKH, Capturing Kids' Hearts, professional learning community, Milo training, and he has also successfully passed advanced IEP facilitation. He's done a wonderful job as a PBIS team member, PLC leader, curriculum committee, and we're just really pleased with the work that Mr. Gold has done. We enjoy his weekly updates on the flight of the Monarch. I almost said the flight of the Mariposa. I knew that wasn't quite right. The flight of the Monarch, and we bring him tonight for your consideration.
We'll go ahead and conduct a roll call vote if you would like. Okay, Mrs. Grooms, on 14A, how do you vote?
Aye.
Very much. Mr. Giles, on item 14A, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Mr. Teepee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Item 14A passes on a vote of 4-0. Congratulations, Mr. Gold.
Congratulations. Welcome.
Beach.
So, Mr. Gold, please stand. And I know you've got some people you probably want to introduce to us this evening or reintroduce to us.
Man, I cleared out a room. So I thought they were all here for me. So thank you so much for this opportunity. 4 years ago, stood in a different boardroom, but graciously accepted an assistant principal position. I really want to thank my wife, Brandy. So she's always stands behind me. I go to her for everything. She takes the brunt of everything. Thank you so much for that. I have my oldest son, Dexter, 10 years old. Yeah. And then my youngest son, Gavin. So thank you guys for everything. I have some people here that from the school that have supported me. Thank you so much, Gada. Thank you, Angie. Thank you, Stephanie. I know Kim was here. I know Wendy was here, Maria, and I've been getting text messages all night long. So thank you so much. This has been fun. It's been exciting, and I can't wait for next year.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Great.
Mr. Gold, I'm sure no one would object to you taking your family and getting some ice cream on the way home.
And staff as well. Thank you for showing your support.
Thank you, board.
Yeah, if anyone needs to leave for an ice cream, you're free to do so. Thank you. And with that, we'll move back to the iLead presentation. Welcome.
All right, good evening, wonderful board and cabinet. Just wanted to introduce the team from iLead that's going to be providing the presentation tonight. This is going to be the principal of the school, or the director of the school, Ms. Nicole Kent, and Amanda Fisher, who are going to be providing the update on iLead Lancaster Charter.
Good evening. So I'm Nicole Kent, as you said. I'm the school director at iLead Lancaster. So we'll just go through, and this is Amanda Fisher. Currently, we have a 3-person board team. We meet monthly. I think you all have copies. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And over the last few years, you'll notice in the graph that our facilitator and learner retention has stayed pretty steady over the years. But we did have a little dip in our enrollment this year. Just because of COVID, it went down just a little bit because some families were requesting to homeschool, and that was not an option for us. You can also see that our learner demographics have stayed relatively constant over the past couple of years. We've had, and we mirror basically what your district looks like. We have a small population of EL learners, mostly Spanish speaking, and it has stayed pretty constant over the years. Our special education learners population has stayed pretty stable over the years, roughly around 15%. Last year during COVID, unfortunately, we had one suspension. This one child made a bad choice on Zoom. And so, but other than that, it was 0 for expulsions. Our socioeconomically disadvantaged has stayed pretty constant. There was a dip last year because of when we went virtual. There was I think our families had a difficult time with filling out the forms virtually and that kind of thing. So it kind of went down a little bit. But now that we're back in person, as you can see, it's back up to where we were the previous year. And now I'm going to pass it off to Amanda.
So this is our internal assessment data. We use NWA MAP, and they actually give a proficiency level for CAS. So it's a comparison, even though we didn't take the CAS last year. So based on the most recent NWA data that was taken in the fall, 16.4% of our learners scored at the met or exceeded proficiency level in math. This is an increase of 4.2% since the last time that we took the CAS test. In the area of English language arts, our proficiency was 30.4% met or exceeded, which was an increase of 8% since the last time we've taken the CAS. In addition to student academic growth, a cornerstone of our program is the social emotional learning. So we have always done a report of progress, what you call your report card, and we report out to our families the social emotional in the following 13 areas. The kids rate themselves as well as the facilitators rate the learners. And the 3 areas that really stand out right now is our academic ILP goal progress, gratitude, and optimism. I'm going to do my best to present finances because our finance person's not here tonight, So I lead Lancaster budget approximately $8.1 million in the LCFF funds with 1.4 in supplemental and concentration grants, 1.2 million in the state funds, and 2.2 in federal funds. Our LCAP goals, we have 3 main LCAP goals. The first one is to provide optimal learning conditions and access to educational programs, which is where we spend the largest amount of funds. This is also the catch-all. So sometimes like if we put a counselor in that first group, it doesn't show up in 2 and 3, although they're helping with goals 2 and 3. Number 2 is to provide all learners with a rigorous, creative, and broad curriculum to maximize achievement. And number 3 is to actively engage parents with school and connect them with the community. So the middle column says what we'll be spending for the LCFF, and then the last column is what we're spending in the supplementals.
So as we've all experienced with COVID, there was a learning loss. And then we still have learners that we're starting to close those achievement gaps. And so we're continuing to do different things. We have a push-in math support and reading support intervention program that we're using. We implemented Bridges math curriculum, the intervention piece, as well as the curriculum. We hired a literacy coach. We also have a math coach and math tutors and reading tutoring. We implemented an after-school tutoring program. We also have various systems of support to help allow the learners an opportunity to close those achievement gaps.
Ooh, this turned funny when it went into PowerPoint, so I apologize. But it did give an overview of the first interim compared to the second interim and the trending for the revenues. So we end up with positive net income. Second interim has been adjusted based on our ADA. And then the budget was adjusted to support the current ADA. Projections for the following fiscal years are in alignment with 21-22 P2 ADA with growth. We didn't anticipate growth, so we budgeted based on our P2 numbers for next year.
Just like you, we received ESSER 1, 2, and 3, and ELOP and IPI funds. We've used those funds to support purchasing curriculum, professional development to help support closing the gaps and social emotional growth. We've used some of those funds for some operating expenses. We added a social worker to our team to help with the social emotional needs and doing home visits and kindness groups and learner groups and parent workshops and all those kinds of things. We did a summer school program last year. We'll continue to do that over the next few years. Also, our tutoring program is pretty robust, and so we had started it last year, and we'll continue to do that throughout the next few years as well, using those funds. And then we'll continue to work on professional development, teaching our teachers how to facilitate learning in this time where we have a lot of achievement gaps and things like that. We also use some of our IPI funds to deal with, the COVID things like cleaning supplies and additional support to help service all the COVID needs. So we have quite a few enrichment programs that we started. This year is the first year that we did MESA, and that is a partnership with Cal State Los Angeles, and they allow our learners to come onto their campus and shadow college students in the STEM fields. And then they also do various competitions. And so they were in like a glider competition. They were in a drone competition. They were in a sustainable energy competition. We also have a very robust drama club that just started this year, and they've done quite a few productions. We just did an Encanto rendition, was very interesting with young babies doing Encanto. It was fun. And we have a little makers club where they go into the makery and get to design things that they want to create. One of the projects that they did is during COVID, our counselor passed away with cancer. And she was the founder of the Kindness Club. And so the learners in the Little Makers Club, they got together and created a buddy bench that sits in our playground for new students that come in that need a friend. They can sit on the bench and then a friend will come. We have an arts club because those of you that have ever worked on an elementary campus, you know that ballet is a very fun time when it's time for the children to get picked up. So the learners decided that they wanted something constructive to do while they wait for their parents. And so a group of learners started an arts club during that time so that they can do some art activities while they wait. And then we have our Kindness Club. Our Kindness Club is very active in the community. They do campus cleanups. They host quarterly food drives for our families. They have clothing drives. They support other learners. They do different things. Like right now, one of our learners' sister has cancer. So they put together an outside fundraiser to help support that family. They participate in all kinds of different things to kind of help promote kindness in the community and as well as in our school community. Then we also added virtual reality. We started it last year. Oddly enough, we started it virtually on Zoom. And we shipped out VR equipment to children's homes, and they were doing virtual reality classes online. And then when we came back, we continued the program, and then it's turned into a club so that the kids wanted to get deeper into it. They got an opportunity to work with a VR professional who's international. And so there's a teacher in the room that is a credentialed teacher that teaches them, but then there's also a teacher that does lessons with them virtually from another country. And so that's been pretty cool for them to experience something different. And then, as you know, we're a project-based learning school. So here's just a couple of really cool projects. So we have the service projects, like I talked about, the food pantry and the kindness projects that they're doing. There's an art activism piece where the learners have gone out into the community and worked on some art pieces. And they started the project by visiting the Mo on the Boulevard first. And then they had some other artists come in to help them do some things. And then they had to pick an issue that they wanted to talk about, that's something related to the community, and do an art piece about that. And so then they had a show to demonstrate their work. And then our Glier Project is also another popular one that we do. Our learners start, and it's an 8-week project. They start learning about the glider, and pilots come out to show them about how it works and what flight looks like and all these different things. And then ultimately they culminate with flying the glider at the airport. I am a parent of a glider student that it was very nerve-wracking, but it was very cool. She was excited to do it, and her words exactly were, "I'm very happy I got to have that opportunity, but I never have to do that again." And then we also do a program called Dream Up to Space. It's where learners all the way down to 5th grade, they take an experiment of some sort and they work with NASA scientists, and they work together to decide whether or not what would happen to this particular item if you send it up to space. So far, we've had 4 projects be selected to go up to space, and then they come back. The one project from a few years ago was aloe vera. They sent it up to see, because it has some healing agents, so they sent it up in space to see that it would what would it do when it came back. So they're waiting. It comes back this year to see what happened to the aloe vera when it returns. And then last but not least, Leader and Me, we are finally, I've been presenting about Leader and Me, I don't know, for 3 years now, maybe 4. And we are finally going to become a lighthouse school at the end of this year for the Leader and Me program. And what that is that Franklin Covey has decided that our school embodies all of the model of their program, meaning that our children are leaders and we speak the language, we follow all of the principles and the practices, and that they deem that our school is a school that they should as a standout for their program. And that concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Okay, congratulations, and let's open it up for questions. Mr. Wynn?
I have a question. Are the Dream Up and the glider, are those all similar to intensives where that's what is taught? That's what the kids learn?
Yeah. So
as part of the after school, or?
No, this is in class. So basically with our glider project, the science, the math, and the English teachers will get together and they plan this 8-week program. And so the English teacher will teach the English portion of the lesson, all of the writing components and the research components and all those things. The science talks about flight and the aeronautics parts and physics and all those things. And then math does the calculations of what it's going to do. And then ultimately the whole project culminates in what we call a POL, where the kids will then demonstrate what they've learned, and then they get to experience what they learned by going up in the glider. So it's not a separate thing. It's actually happening within their content of their course. So it's following the state standards. And they're pulling out those standards and then teaching it in this lens. Same with the Dream Up piece.
I just want to ask if you guys could stop sharing the screen.
I don't know how to do that.
So everyone can see you. No worries.
There we go.
Thank you.
All right, I got it. Yes.
Great presentation. And any other questions? Diane, did you have any questions?
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll resume in just a little bit.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah.
But what the heck? Yeah, it's all good.
And that brings us to item 12B. Under presentations, we have our Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervention Services Plan with Rosemary Napoleon, Director of Special Education.
And friends.
And friends.
I was told about the friends.
Right here. Let's go forward.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, Board and Executive Cabinet. I'm Rosemary Napoleon, Director of Special Education. And tonight we're going to review our Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services Plan, which is also known as CSACE. So when we talk about CSACE, that's what it is. Although special education data got us here, actually, it really does have a lot to do with our general education and really providing students what they need. And that is why my friends are here. So tonight, presenting with me is Alicia Casey, Director of Equity, Access, and Outcomes, Sam Hume, Director of Assessment and Ed Tech, Dr. Jordan Goins, Director of Special Programs, and I can't forget Julie Utzler, who is also here, even though she may not be presenting tonight. She has a big part of this plan because it's all about discipline. Thank you, Julie. Okay, so I never forget the opportunity to talk about what our special education vision and mission is. We believe in all means all. So in special education, we believe that students with disabilities are part of the multi-tier systems of support. So before, we used to have two different supports, one continuum for students with disabilities, one continuum from students with non-disabilities. So we believe we're all one system, and we provide the same supports to all students. We also believe that special education is a service, not a place. We provide services based on a student's unique needs and provide those services that are in their IEPs. We also believe that all students are general education first. We believe that regardless of your placement, you're entitled to receive access to the core. So that is us on special education. So what is disproportionality? Disproportionality refers to the overrepresentation of one particular racial group over another in 4 areas in special education. It's within a specific disability, if we over-identify in one area of disabilities versus others. Any disciplinary actions, and that really has a lot to do with over 10 days of suspension. More restrictive placements. Are we placing too many students in more restricted placements such as SDC placements? And overall disproportionality. Are we identifying too many students within our general population? The state provides what they call a risk ratio. So they collect our data from ChalPads every year, and they kind of give us a warning. They give us a warning that you're disproportionate in this area to provide us opportunities to be preventative and try to resolve our issues within our district. So if we are found to have that risk ratio threshold, we are then considered significantly disproportionate. And that is 3 consecutive years of the same data and no progress towards that data. So in Lancaster School District, our data indicated that we are significantly disproportionate in the area of disciplinary actions of African American students with disabilities. So what that means is that we were suspending more students, African American students with disabilities compared to the other subgroups with disabilities. This is not a state mandate, it's actually a federal mandate. So the federal government tells the states you must provide a way to examine all your LEAs and determine your significant disproportionality threshold. So every state will have a different calculation, but it is a federal mandate. And then they also must monitor. So the state needs to come up with a way to quantitatively determine what areas that we're disproportionate in. So what's a CSACE plan? Once we get notified, we have to study our data. So we had a stakeholder meeting actually when we were in our 2020 plan right before the shutdown. I think it was like the day before. So we get together different stakeholder groups and we talk about our data. We try to identify root causes on what's causing this disproportionality. We address that significant disproportionality area through an action plan, and that is the CSACE plan. We have to support, so our IDEA funds, our special education, 15% of those funds go to fund this program. It does not mean we have to fund it for only students with disabilities. It's really meant to take those 15% of the funds and support whatever is in our action plan. We also have to contract 10 hours of technical assistance, and we do that with collaborative learning solutions. So we have a consultant who helps us navigate our plan and helps us with our progress reporting. And we also have to provide quarterly progress reports, and that is expenditures as well as our data. So in the Lancaster, oh, sorry. It looks different on my screen. On the Lancaster School District, we have a 2021 CSACE plan, and that's what we're working on right now. And it's based from CalPAD's end of the year data 18-19. And we have to implement that plan until September 30th, 2022. So we have to expend that 15% of those funds and show progress. We were then identified in March of this year for 2021. So we had to create a 2021 CSACE plan, and that data was from 1920 end of the school year data. It was approved by the CDE in March of 2022, and we need to implement it until September 30th, 2023. And right when we got approved on that plan, they looked at the next year data, and we have to do a 2022 CSACE plan. We received that notification. So in August, we'll convene a stakeholder meeting to review the data again and really determine, are our root causes the same from the last 2 years, or is it different? And what have we done? So we'll meet again in August, and that plan is due November 1st. And once the CDE approves that plan, then we'll implement that plan. The CDE is very clear that these are 3 different plans, so they don't weave into each other. So we're always very careful with making sure we expend the right funding in each plan. So when we met in 2020, we found that root causes for our CSACE are significantly disproportionality. So we looked at things like our CalPADS data, our dashboard data, why students were being referred to special ed, and we found that really, it's all about our MTSS structures. We felt that a lot of students were being either suspended or placed in special education because of their externalizing behaviors or emotional behaviors. So we decided that one of our root causes is that we don't have a consistent preventative system or structures to address those social, emotional, and externalizing behaviors. Our root cause 2, we looked at our policies and really looked at our structures in place. And we found that we need to embed equity among our practices and structures related to discipline procedures. And root cause 3, we did a lot of empathy interviews with our students, African American students and their parents. And we found that we needed to improve a focus on growth mindsets and authentic relationships with families and students through restorative practices. We received a lot of comments about the communication between our staff and children and understanding the differences in communication styles. So we really felt that we needed to focus on some equity beliefs. So we looked at equity structures and equity beliefs. So those are kind of our root causes, and we felt we needed to do action items associated to these root causes. I think what we learned, although we weren't happy that we were here, but I think what we learned is that this is a plan that's really meant for general education. It's not about students with disabilities. It's about the system as a whole. And we really need to concentrate on those systems if we're going to make a difference for any student. So in our update for our 2020 plan, it involves our special education, pupil safety and attendance, student equity access and outcomes, special programs, and our assessment and ed tech. We all work together to implement this plan. And I think that really gives us a voice that, again, we're all in this together. We had contracts with Bridges to Educational Excellence and Collaborative Learning Solutions for outside support and training. And in order to come up with a system-wide plan, we have to start small. We can't just go and say every school is going to do this. We want to make sure what we're doing works. So what we decided to do was really concentrate on 5 schools. And we were going to pour our support and our funding toward those 5 schools. And those 5 schools were Lincoln, Monte Vista, Sierra, Sunnydale, and Paiute.
So as we looked at our root causes, we knew that we needed to have measurable outcomes. And so we have 2 measurable outcomes. And the first one deals with the implementation of MTSS, which is our multi-tier system of supports. And we're really focusing on our social, emotional, behavior needs in the different tiers. And then also this is all for the purpose of reducing suspensions of our African-American students. And so you'll see that there's a list of 3 activities here, but with this, we're really in the train and coach year, and we're looking at the foundational structures in order to ensure that when we get to the implementation phase of it, that we have secure foundations in place. Also, in this phase, we're also looking at our walkthroughs and are really focusing in on our PBIS and second step. So some of the progress that has been made this year is that we've had some MTSS training. So of course, we've encountered barriers, but regardless, and still, we have had MTSS training. We've used our virtual platform. We've had overview training. We've had UDL training. We were able to utilize our MTSS coach and CIA in order to support this work, as well as our consultant, Becky Wetzel. We've also had, Becky has also helped the team, the Ed Services team, with our walkthroughs and ILT meetings. And then also what we did was we incorporated our collaborative learning solutions equity consultant, and she did the walkthroughs with us. And so she really looked at things through the lens of equity, and then also met with ILTs with us also. We've also had follow-up meetings with admin team. When we came back after the winter break, we really focused on SEL and our PBIS reboot. And so we had a follow-up meeting with the admin teams in order to see how that went. We focused on second step implementation, community circles implementation. And then we also looked at, okay, so what are your next steps? And then what support is still needed? We've had PBIS walkthroughs. We've had our first pre-walkthrough at our 5 CSA schools, and this was with the support of our MTSS leadership team. We conducted those walkthroughs, and then we had a post-walkthrough with Dr. Eiler from Collaborative Learning Solutions. And with that, it highlighted that our sites really have PBIS structures in place. There is overall known behavior for expectations, but there was a need to have a system to support new staff and students as on a continuous basis. And so really looking at how can we be consistent and how can we really support all of our staff, all of our students, but then especially our new ones as they come on so that they know the expectations for our sites. PSA really headed up the SEL assessments, and that's with the coordinator, Trish. There was a fall and a spring assessment that the 5 schools partaked in. And then also what happened is they had a time to meet with the ILT and go over the data. And then from there, Trish was able to meet with the instructional coaches and went over the year at a glance for second step and show how they can use the SEL assessments in order to support the additional support or look at, okay, what do we need to focus on, refocus on, or enhance for our second step curriculum and the additional resources that we have. Upcoming, and thank you for your support with this because it already passed through the board, we will be doing our professional development on social emotional learning. That's in June, and that's the Collaborative Learning Solution is putting on that training. And we have we have directors, we have counselors, we have psychologists, and it was also offered to our CSA sites to attend this training. We're also really looping in this work with our CIA department and that deep implementation of PLC Plus. And we are attending the Professional Learning Community Certification that's put on by Corwin. For our second measurable outcome, I'm going to go ahead and read this one. It says the district will improve organizational practices, policies, and procedures to ensure our accountability and our equitable practices of supporting students' social, emotional, and behavioral needs and increase relationships and trust among students, families, and school staff in order to reduce the rate of suspensions. The activities that are associated with this looks at board policy. We're looking at our behavior matrices, and we're looking at establishing restorative practices within our sites, and also the implementation of our African American Advisory Council. Lancaster School District has always had an African American Advisory Council. It's been mainly at the district level. There have been some sites that have really taken this on. A site even had a AAAC junior. But we're really looking at intentionally how to establish them at sites and keep them consistently going, and not just meetings, but thinking outside of the box of how can we engage our families of African American students. So some of our progress is that we've done policy review in our Leading for Equity team. So we've already looked at the policies for equity, positive school climate, conduct. Although it wasn't on our CSACE list, we just finished the parental notification ones. And we still have the LCAP, suspension, expulsion, discipline, behavioral interventions for SPED students. We still have those to go. But we're going through a process to really make sure that we're looking at the wording of the policies and looking at it through an equity lens. And again, we're taking a team approach and having our Leading for Equity team be a part of our policy review. We have had PBIS debrief meetings, and that was with our collaborative learning solutions. That was with Dr. Eiler and our PSA and myself. And some of the next steps that we found there was embedding SEL language into our PBIS matrix, Tier 1 restorative practices approach, and being intentional with our spaces and messaging. Again, PSA has really done a great job with trying to implement community circles within our sites. And there was a training at the beginning of the year, and our counselors continue to support at sites. You saw the mindful civility training that we contracted for our family ambassadors to take that training. And then just recently, Sierra has started the work with their classified staff. And then we have an African American Advisory Council professional learning network that we started this year. And again, we're looking at how to engage our families of African American students, not being traditional, thinking outside of the box to where we can get some authentic engagement. But we're also looking at culturally responsive vocabulary development strategies, because we noticed that our African American students were low in that domain. The last one is wanting to establish AAAC at each site. And so we're working on the formation at each site, but we know that in order to sustain that, we do need a chair or a support that is specifically dedicated to our AAAC. I'm going to turn it over to Sam so he can dive into data.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Before we begin looking at our discipline data, we need to take a look at our demographics so that we know where our most significant student groups. So you can see that for our African American students population, it's very similar across our district, especially within our 5 CSA schools. And then if you take a look at our Hispanics, it's around 50 to all the way up to 61% across the district. Again, high percentage for our English language learners. And then also, if you take a look at our low socioeconomics, again, a very high populations percentage for that, and also SPED. And this is why Rosemary had mentioned that we have to address the system, the whole system, not just at particular student groups, because sometimes what we tend to do is we focus on one and then something else happens. So we have to be thinking about how can we address this at the district as a system so that we can see the impact across our student populations. And I always mention that, you know, when we address our low socioeconomics, because our students, we have such a high population, and many of our students fall into multiple categories. Okay, so when we look at it allow us, if we improve in one particular student group, more likely that's going to impact another group also. And as I go through the data, I want you to kind of keep in mind in terms of the low percentage of some of our student groups, because what happened is that when you have a low sample, one or two students that get suspended, that's going to really impact their percentage compared as you have 500 students. So as we are going through, I want you to keep that in mind. Okay, so this is the suspension rate that had been published on the data quest. So we have the 1819 and 1920, and then 2021, we had 0 suspension due to our distant learning. So we really need to take a look at, if you look at the rate for our LSD for our district, it is going down. So a lot of the student groups, we see that there was a decrease in the suspension rate. Okay. And then for the last column, that is the number of incidents. So at this point, I can't provide an official suspension rate because we still are in school. And then there's different ways that the state is calculating the suspension rate. However, what I did was I took the number in the parenthesis, the blue. So let's take a look at the Lancaster first. That 1426, that was the number of incidents. Okay. At the second week or the third week of March, when before the closure, right? So now if you take a look at those numbers in blue compared to that I just pulled recently, so that 2022, that was, I think it was really, it was April 22nd. Okay, so when you see that we do have a reductions across many student groups in terms of the number of suspension, the incident. So now we can anticipate that at that time when we in the 1920, the numbers are a lot higher than what we have right now. Okay, so again, I can't say officially, but based on the number of incident, a number of suspension, we see a decrease of the suspensions, okay, across the student populations. So what we did, and this I have to say, we had purchased a program called Lancaster Interactive Dashboard. Who knew it? Would really allow us to take a look at our data currently. It's live. So it allows us as a district to pinpoint and pull the data in a timely manner that allow us and allow our school site to provide targeted support and not having to wait so long to get that information. So what I did in this particular slide was that I want to look at the average suspension length. Okay, so you can see that the green, the light green, that's the district average for this year, which is 2. That's the average length, the number of days. So we have 3 schools that are above that average, the district average, but we also have 2 schools that are below. And you see that those 2 schools, we put system in place that the number of days of the suspension, the average, had gone down. And we all know that our students needs to be in the classroom in order for them to receive the instruction that they deserve. And with the unfinished learning, it is really crucial that we do everything that we can and be proactive to ensure that our students are going to be in the seat and getting the instructions. Okay. So this one is a suspension data looking at the number of suspension, looking at the 5 CSA school. Okay, so you can see for 1819, 1920, again, 2021, we have no suspensions, and we have 21-22. So for the most, for many of our school, the CSA school, you see the reduction of the number of suspension. So I would assume that would correlate to a reduction in suspension rate when we finally get the official results from the state. And that's what we want to see. And that's what Rosemary and Alicia had mentioned, that how can we as a district, we have a lot of resources. How can we make sure that we provide targeted support? And we have so many systems, so many support systems that allow us to address the need of our students across the district. So again, we saw a reduction in the number of suspension.
Sam, could I ask you to go back one? There you go. I'm having a hard time following the 1.7.
The one
where it starts. Is it the one that starts at 1.4?
The gray one? Are you talking about the gray one?
Yes.
The gray one, the 1.7, from the 1819, you have two schools that have the same average suspension length. That's why the gray it's kind of matched with the yellow, the 1.4.
Okay, so they both started at 1.4?
Correct.
And then
one went up to 2.9.
Okay.
And the other went down to, or at least went to 1.7.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we also need to look at chronic rates. It's really important, like I said earlier, our student needs to be in the seat. Of course, there are situations that, the students need to be out. So you can see that by looking at, this is the district data, and we see that in 1819, we have, for the district, it's at 17.6%. And our African-American student population was at a 26%. Okay. And because due to COVID, the CDE decided that the data was not reliable, so they did not use that information to give us our chronic rates. However, if you take a look at last year, 2021, we do see a decrease in many of our student populations. So again, I have to give credit to our school, our teachers, and our staff that I know they work extremely hard trying to connect with our family, calling day in and day out, making sure that our families during that distant learning, that they were connecting with someone at the school site. So again, I want to give a big shout out to our staff and our folks who work tirelessly to make sure that our family and our students continue to be connected with us. And also I want to give credit to Dr. Bauer and Rebecca for making sure that our students have the technology. We can have a program and a system, but if they cannot access what we're trying to give them, it's going to be a challenge. So again, I think as a district, we have provided a lot of resources to support our family across the district. So again, with the chronic, I'm not able to provide an official rate for that, but we can see from the different years that you see on here. So you have 1819, 1920, 2021, and then 2122. You remember that when Ruby had shared the budget report last time that we saw a decrease in the attendance rate, right? So this translates to when we're talking about chronic, we're talking about an excuse, unverified absences. So that's why you see that spike for 2021. I'm hoping that the state, they have not said anything about how they're going to calculate that chronic absenteeism. I'm hoping that they're going to take into consideration of what's happening across the state. And we're not the only district that see this kind of numbers. So it's really crucial for us that we continue to connect with our family, making sure that they are coming to school. So it was hard for me when I put this data together. It's like, oh, that's a lot of students that are currently have been identified as a chronically absent. And remember, it's including every absences, excuse, unexcused, and unverified absences. So now Dr. Goins is going to share information in regards to the youth truth data.
Good evening again. So I want to, first of all, bring to light some of the information that we did with the youth truth. So if we're going to be putting together all this data and all this information having to do with the students in terms of, in this particular case, suspension, behavioral data, work having to do with chronic absenteeism, their attendance, and that speaks to climates of schools and those kinds of pieces. However, this year's a little different. We have to take a look at what kids are saying and what their voices are saying and what they're coming back to us and how they're talking to us and and how they can, the information that they're giving us. So that's the purpose of our Youth Truth Survey. That's what it does for us, is it provides us that information that we need, that qualitative information that we need to really be able to sit back and make good, strong decisions with their voices and with them in mind. So to begin with, I want to start off with a couple of definitions that I think that are mildly important, if not because you have to understand what you're looking at before you can actually move forward with it. So to begin with, I want to make sure that we understand what engagement is in this particular situation. If you wanted to boil it down to its highest, what engagement's speaking to is high expectations and the perception that students think that their teachers have high expectations for them. Academic challenge sits back and starts talking about it doesn't speak specifically to how hard things are for students, but it's more along the lines of how is it challenging, but is it meaningful to students? So is it relevant to their kids? Instructional methods speaks mostly towards are the kids in a position where they feel that they are getting instruction the way that they need to get instruction. So it's their perception on the way that they're getting instruction. Culture starts to talk about whether there's positive, respectful environments that they feel that they're seeing that they're in the classroom. Again, with the teachers, belonging starts to brings about the ideas and the feelings of welcomeness that they see at our schools. And finally, and then relationships, that's the last main one on this particular survey that we talk about, speaks mainly towards their relationship with another adult, specifically with the Youth Truth survey, it's a teacher. We know that when a student has a positive relationship with an adult on campus, that they're more likely to be successful. That's true. There's plenty of studies have said that. And then finally, school safety actually sits back. It's exactly what it is. It's what it says. It's do kids feel safe in school? So these can kind of double these main pieces double for the same thing with the middle school survey. It's a little more sophisticated with the middle school survey. So there's going to be two surveys that we're going to go through. So I'm going to show you the data on the first one. So this survey, the Youth Truth Elementary Report, this particular piece speaks towards percent positives. So this whole survey is discussing, and all of these pieces talk specifically towards a student's positive perception of the school or their particular school in these particular categories. So for instance, LSD, Lancaster School District, percent positive score for engagement was 87%. That means that 87% of students who took this survey in Lancaster School District in the elementary grades had that engagement piece, which means that they felt that their teacher had high expectations of them. So that's that piece right there. So what I also did with this particular piece with this data in this table is I also labeled, if you see like a lighter red, that lighter red means that piece is below the district average, LSD percent positive average. If it's a darker red, it means it was below the district average and the school site average that we're talking about. So now remember, we're talking about our CSAFE schools. So that's Monte Vista, Lincoln, Sierra, and Sunnydale. And then Paiutes with the middle schools. So you'll see that, for instance, with culture, belonging, and relationships, we'll see that LSD, Lancaster School District, our African-American student group, fell at 20%, whereas the district fell at 21%. So it was about a percent below in terms of their positive perception of their schools in terms of culture. So when we speak to culture, again, we're talking about that idea of an orderly, respectful environment, and then so on. So you also see, I want to point out a couple of other places in this particular survey, because when we're talking about the CSAFEs, we really were focusing on the behavior pieces and the culture and the climate. So chronic absenteeism was the big piece there. So I also wanted to point that out as well. So that's why we talk about what we would consider somewhat the soft but not soft skills, soft pieces like the culture, belonging, and relationship, although we know how important those are. So we do look at belonging being at 39% for Monte Vista. We look at Lincoln having a 41% positive rating, student positive percentage rating for belonging, and so on. So are there any questions about this particular piece?
So excuse me, Jordan.
Yes.
So the relationship portion of this for the elementary schools, all but one or two red areas are positive.
So, for instance, our LSD positive, 81% of students district wide perceive that they have a positive relationship with an adult on campus. That's great.
That's what I was asking. And that is what this means.
That's what for that first column. And then, but when we start looking towards, because with CSAE specific, we're starting to look towards a focus on the African-American African-American student group. And that's where it sees a little bit of a drop off, but not a significant drop off at 78% district wide again. And then again, I dropped it in from school site to school site.
And what was the culture?
So culture means orderly, respectful environment within the classroom. Okay.
And did we see any change like prior to COVID and then after COVID?
So when we look at you're going to get more on the Youth Truth surveys coming up because we have the LCAP forms coming up, or the LCAP annual update coming up pretty quickly. I believe the next board meeting. So you'll be getting some more information on that. But what you do see is that they call it, most surveys call it like the COVID click. And what ended up happening was many of these measures went up during COVID and then they fell. The idea was, were they the same in 2020, 21, 22 as they were the year before? So like 1920 or the 18-19 school year, the last full year before we went out. So for our district, we're very close to exactly where we were right before we went out. So because those were the first those are the school years that we're looking at considerably that were somewhat similar. Okay. So moving forward, this particular this particular chart this is again for elementary school, and again scores for our Youth Truth survey go from a 1 to 3 with our elementary school students, with 3 being the best that you can get and 1 being the lowest score. So if you're sitting really around a 2 point, I think the score that we really talk about with Youth Truth is around a 2.3 to 2.4 is a pretty decent score most of the time. But we don't do what we're comparing to. What our goal is to not compare to other schools in other areas. Our goal is to compare to like school to school. So for instance, I want to compare discovery to discovery from one year to the next to see growth. So in this particular piece, you're going to notice that, again, you're going to have scores in the belonging relationships in schools, or culture, belonging, and relationships at 2.16, 2.41, and 2.70 respectively overall for LSD. And again, just the same color pattern. If it was lower than the district, lower than the full-on district average, then we color-coded it light red. If it was lower than a district average and lower than a school average, then it was color-coded a little darker. So you'll see that, so culture, belonging, and relationships for Monte Vista, culture, or I believe belonging for Lincoln for our African-American population was lower than at both the school and at the district level. So, however, the more telling is the percent positives, because that kind of puts you in perspective in terms of what the positive perspective was on the school, what the positive percentages were in terms of their perception of the school. And remember, when we're talking about these pieces in this data, we got to remember that regardless of what we think, perception is reality to the kids. So moving forward, positive. So this is getting into PIUT, and again with engagement, academic challenge, culture, belonging, peer collaboration, relationships. We actually, because we haven't. They didn't rank our, we had 2 other measures that we had measured, but they weren't applicable specifically to this particular survey or to this particular topic. So LSD positive for the district for culture was 27%, 40% for belonging, peer and collaboration, and 41% for relationships. Whereas for our African-American student group, we were at 25, 38, and 41 respectively. And finally, PIUT sat below both the district and their school for their percent positives for culture and belonging and peer collaboration. And then with relationships, they were lower than the district. But again, taking into consideration the fact that we're looking at their score still having been a tick up from the previous full year that they were on campuses. And then finally, this is the data for the actual score, the average scores that they received throughout between 1 and 5. So with the middle school survey, they ranked it from 1 to 5, whereas the elementary school survey was 1 to 3, middle school was 1 to 5, 1 being the lowest and 5 being the what you were trying to gain, we were trying to get at. If they say basically with this one, if you're at a 3.5, you're moving into a good area. So Paiute's looking at, although below the district in academic challenge is at 3.6. So that's doing pretty. That's even though it's not as high as the district, it's still doing pretty. It's up. It's doing pretty well for themselves. So with all of that said, I'm gonna back it up really quick. With all of that said, I want to really reiterate with this situation. When we're looking at survey data, we're looking at perceptions of what the kids are saying during a specific time of the year. This particular year, we were doing it during February. So you also have to take into consideration all the things that were going on. Remember the meetings that we were having. Remember the things that were happening on campus. Remember the things that are happening in all these different perspectives. So all of these kids are getting all of these different things in their heads and all these different voices in their heads coming from one place to the next. So it's important to realize what the context of that time period looked like for those kids when they were taking the survey. So this is a snapshot, although I believe it's a pretty good snapshot for us to be able to move forward with. So with that, we're going to figure out what exactly the next steps are going to be. And with that, I'm going to call up Ms. Napoleon.
Okay, so we went over our 2020 plan, our progress report. I want to thank our 5 CSA schools because along with returning with COVID, like I said, it's a federal government plan. So we had to keep going. Like there was no pause. So I want to thank Sierra and Lincoln and Monte Vista, Paiute and Sunnydale for continuing. But like Alicia said, we only touched the surface. We only talked about training and really presenting multi-tier systems of support. So the 2021 plan, because we really felt we didn't have a real good chance to implement our 2020 plan, our root causes didn't change. We met and we thought, no, our data is pretty much saying the same thing. So we're going to go deeper with our 5 schools, but we added 2 new sites. So we decided, okay, with 2 new sites, now we'll have 7 sites. 2 will begin the process of training and the 5 sites will go deeper. And that's where I think our 2021 plan is heading, is that we need those deeper supports to systematically implement across the district. We went out, we talked to everybody, and we had mid-year conversations with each site, and we just felt like we had a pretty good foundation, but we needed to have someone go in and really support and really support them and model what we're looking for. So we want to increase our activities in tier 2, really looking at that social emotional supports. PSA has done a great job of second step and community circles as tier 1, but what are we going to do with tier 2? And that's where we want to go deeper. We want to go deeper in restorative practices. We had a great social emotional assessment data analysis. We just did it with our 5 CSA schools, but it took a lot of work for our PSA department to really disaggregate that data and go to the sites and really drill down to student level. And we were finding great messages that we could support our sites with. So we really want to look deeper into that and really look at our PBIS coach support in a timely manner. We have them across the district, but we also need to give them support because implementing PBIS at a school is pretty difficult. So we want to make sure we support them as well. So the 2021 plan will really focus on that deeper level of support for our sites. So our 2021 plan was approved by the CDE in March. We're going to use 15% of our funds again. We need to complete those funds by September 2023. We're going to focus on culturally responsive PBIS trainings and practices and procedures. Again, going to that deep implementation and monitoring of PBIS and SCL. We started that with our PBIS walkthroughs, but we have to do that we have to do that on a consistent basis to really show really support our sites with their PBIS and further develop meaningful involvement and clear expectations of our African American PLN and AAAC. I do have to thank Alicia Casey because I write the plan, but she implements the plan. So I feel like we're an amazing team together. So we're both going out and really talking to everybody. So she's really done a great job of implementing our CSACE plan 2020, and then we're working on 2021. And our 2022 plan, it's due to the CDE by November 1st. They kind of changed the name from a stakeholder meeting to an educational leadership team. We'll meet in August, and we do have representatives and it's a mandatory representation of CSEA and TAL and parents and teachers and different department heads. superintendent, assistant soups. So we do all have different voices into looking at the data. So we're going to have Dr. Eiler come out again and really help us look at new data and really to see if did our root causes have they changed based on our current data, and then create again measurable outcomes and activities. So I want to thank everyone for listening to our presentation. It is intensive, and I think our first step with Bart Hoffman's leadership is that we're all part of students with disabilities. Each one of us takes a piece of educating our students. So all children can learn and achieve when they are provided with high quality supports to match their needs. And I really believe that we're on our way to a full MTSS district supports. Well, thank you. And any questions?
I think we have a question from Mrs. Grooms.
I just wanted to request that this presentation be sent to us.
Emailed, and we will make sure that all the board members receive it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, it's already been emailed to you. I requested it earlier. I knew you would want to see it. So thank you. And Mr. Hoffman, we just need to make sure that all the other board members get it as well, please. Thank you.
And it looks like the numbers are improving, and that's great to show all the programs we have been implementing are starting to work. And so keep that up. And I like your ideas for additional support and going deeper in those programs. So
yes,
great job.
Thank you. And our goal is once we get those 5 and 7 schools established, we're going to go on the next school and the next school. And I think regardless if we're CSACE or not, I think it's the right work for our kids.
Just keep going.
Yeah, we're going to go one at a time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great report. Okay, that brings us to our individual action items. Superintendent, first we have our 13A, adoption of resolution 2021-22-27 board compensation on missed meeting for Sandra Price for April 2022. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Keith Giles.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wynn. And we have to do a roll call.
Yes, we do have to do a roll call on item 13A. Mrs. Grooms, how do you vote?
Yes.
You stepped away from that. So is that an aye?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Giles, how do you vote?
Nay.
Thank you. Mr. Teepee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Wynn, how do you vote?
Nay.
Thank you. Item 13A has a vote of 2-2, so it does not pass.
Okay. And item 13B, adoption of resolution 2021-22-29, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Lancaster School District approving the form of the preliminary official statement in connection with the issuance of not to exceed $12 million in aggregate principal amount of Community Facilities District number 2004-1 of the Lancaster School District Special Tax Bond 2022 Series A. Do we have a motion?
Moved. Second.
By Dwayne Wynn, second by Keith Giles. Any discussion?
I would just like to remind the board that this resolution is in conjunction with the bond, or not the bond, but the refi of the CFD that we are looking at. We do have Kush here in case you have from CFW, in case there are any questions from any of the board members.
I was just wondering if there were any changes to percentages since our last meeting, or if it is exactly as we went over at the last meeting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kush Kara with CFW. Thank you for your question. The the last time that I was at the board meeting, we had estimated that the proceeds would be about $8.5 million based on the interest rates at that time. Interest rates have continued to rise. The earlier part of this year, the 10-year treasury, which is kind of a benchmark for municipal bonds, was at 1.5%. Today, we're almost at 3%. So interest rates have continued to rise. We had built in some cushion anticipating the rise of interest rates. Currently, that 8.5 million is about an $8.2 million number as to what proceeds we would need to reach. We're hoping the market is stabilized, and we're trying to get into the market as soon as possible to issue these bonds. If the interest rates are acceptable to your staff, you'll be delegating that authority to your staff, and the proceeds are acceptable. They will authorize the transaction to proceed. If for some reason or any reason the proceeds are not acceptable to your staff, they'll come back to you. Right now, we're hoping to be right around $8 million, maybe a little bit more than that, hopefully, in proceeds to the district by capitalizing this future stream of cash flows and bringing them up to you today. So rates are a little bit higher, sir. We're hoping that they've stabilized, and they inched down a little bit in the last 2 days, and we're hoping that trend continues at least for the next week or 10 days, which is when we hope to get into the market.
Okay, thank you for that report. So speed is of the essence. And any other questions or comments?
No, you came a long way. Is there anything else we should know?
No, I just wanted to be sure that if there was any questions, this is very important. And if there's any questions from the board, happy to answer that. And we'll keep you informed. And we once again hope to come back with some positive information.
All right. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. With that, we'll call to a vote and I understand. So roll call.
Thank you very much. On item 13B, Mrs. Grooms, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Giles, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Teepee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 13B passes on a vote of 4-0.
We can skip one.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, next we have consent agenda items, superintendent items 15A to 15I. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Keith Giles.
Second.
Second by Dwayne Nguyen. Any discussion? Okay.
Thank you to Dr. Bowers for her donation of the home goods. And those are going to families of homeless and or
Homeless families that have been recently placed into permanent location or housing,
right,
but they don't come with any furniture.
Don't have any.
okay.
So they have been fortunate and blessed to receive housing assistance. And this hopefully will help. And I got a chance to meet at least one of the families, and they were very appreciative and excited about the assistance.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Okay, any other questions or comments? With that, we'll call for the question. Call for the vote.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Grooms, on item 15, consent agenda items, superintendent 15A through 15I. How do you vote?
Aye.
Much. Mr. Giles, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Teepee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Item 15 passes on a vote of 4-0.
Okay, great. That brings us to 16, consent agenda items business. Item 16A to 16I. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
By Mr. Nguyen, second by Mr. Giles. And any discussion? I had a question about the furniture for student equity, access, and outcome. Is that for a certain office that we're using that for?
It is. You may be aware, it's been a work in progress, but we have been gradually trying to relocate the Ed Services departments over to Parkview. And we had to stop because we had some other improvements going on. We are at a time that we were able to relocate Miss Casey's office and department over. So we are putting furniture in her new office space.
Any other questions or comments?
Well, we talked to CFW about the 12 million. The rebate calculations for the COP. Larry, can you explain that?
Yeah, this is one of those things about federal tax law. It says when a public entity that's funded by taxpayer dollars submits bonds, or in this case, certificates of participation, that entity is not allowed to benefit financially from earnings while that's sitting in its accounts. So you're required to do something called an arbitrage calculation. If you earn money, if you earn more money from the investment of those funds than the debt service, you're earning something called arbitrage. And for a nonprofit organization, you have to forfeit that excess earnings as tax to the federal government. If you don't do that, then you lose the tax exempt status of those bonds, which then suddenly makes them not as attractive to investors. Investors bought these bonds because they were tax exempt. So you're required to do this calculation and demonstrate that you didn't just borrow the money and sit on it for the sake of earnings, that you actually worked and used this money. So on occasion, we have to have a professional company perform the arbitrage analysis to say you didn't earn more money than what you were paying in debt service. And that's what this arbitrage analysis did for our 1997 COP debt, which means we don't have to pay any of the excess earnings to the federal government as tax revenue. So you'll see these come on occasion every year or every few years or so. You'll see another arbitrage analysis. That's part of these tax exempt bonds analysis that we have to perform so that we don't realize an arbitrage.
And this year we rebated 113,000.
If that's what the analysis says, then yes, there were excess earnings and that will be forfeited to the federal government as a payment so that we can maintain the tax exempt status of those bonds.
That answer your question?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? We're going to call it to vote.
Thank you very much. On item 16, consent agenda items business 16A through 16I. Mrs. Grooms, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Giles, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. TP, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wynn, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 16 passes with a vote of 4-0.
Okay, great. That brings us to item 17, consent agenda items, educational services, 17A to 17H. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
By Mr. Wynn.
Second.
Second by Mr. Giles. And any questions or comments? Okay, with that, we'll call it for the vote.
Thank you. On item 17, consent agenda items, educational services, 17A through 17H. Mrs. Grooms, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Giles, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Teepee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 17 passes on a vote of 4-0.
Okay, items 18, consent agenda items, human resources services, 18A to 18J. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
By Mr. Giles,
Second.
second by Mr. Nguyen. And any discussion? Okay, with that, we'll call it to vote.
Thank you. Item 18, consent agenda items, human resources, 18A through 18J. Mrs. Grooms, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Giles, how do you vote?
Excuse me, aye.
Mr. Teepee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Item 18 passes on a vote of 4-0.
Okay, going to item 19, consent agenda items, innovation and technology services, items 19A to 19C.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Giles,
Second.
second by Mr. Nguyen. Any discussion?
Rebecca,
Summer.
kangaroo time?
I knew you were going to ask that. That's a check-in and check-out system for our after-school programs. So the parents can contact staff and say, I'm on my way, and they can have the child ready to go. It's a really nice interactive system for after-school programs.
And I had a question about the Power School agreement, the Who
So-
Knew It service.
That the Who Knew It is our dashboard for our data. Sam showed you some data today about that he could pull live from the system, so we can see our data as it's going. We can measure what's going on, compare schools. We can look at attendance rate, suspensions rate. It's a really cool interactive dashboard. We'll have to show it to you sometime.
And so that's in addition to the Power School.
It's Who Knew It was a separate company at one time, and then Power School bought them.
So we lease Power School, but then we also lease the Who Knew It if we want to add those services.
Exactly.
Okay. And it's for a district-wide lease.
It's a district-wide dashboard, and every principal and every administrator has access to it.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll call the vote.
Thank you. On item 19, consent agenda items, innovation and technology services, 19A through 19C. Mrs. Grooms, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Giles, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Teepee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 19 passes on a vote of 4-0.
Okay, next we have legislative and policy discussion. Are we going to vote on these, or do they just automatically pass?
No. When it's under discussion, if it's a board policy, it will be here for 2 readings. And if it's an administrative regulation, it will be here for 1 reading. If there are no changes or corrections or concerns, then it will move to the superintendent's consent agenda item on the 3rd time or the 2nd time. If it's an AR, at which time you would vote on it to pass or not.
Okay.
So we put it here for opportunity to ask questions or express any concerns.
Yeah, on item B, non-discrimination harassment, can we just just change that to bare bones minimum. For instance, when they talk about the things that do not allow discrimination in, Title IX, they list items, and then we would just add, gender to that. So I was just wondering if we could change that to a bare bones minimum.
I will see some items we have the flexibility to insert our own language and we can make that change.
Mhm.
Some items we are required by law to have it stay exactly the way it's stated, and that information is provided to us by CSBA. So we will go back and look at it, and if there is room for revisions, we will bring that back to you next time.
Yeah, because I was looking at it, and it's really confusing. I can hardly understand it myself. So, yeah, if we could do that, that'd be great.
Okay, we will bring it back for discussion next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And with that, we're going to go to comments from the board. Mr. Giles.
Okay, what do I want to say? Well, big thanks to all of our teachers, since it's like the week of the teachers, right? So congratulations to our teachers that are doing their job. We appreciate you and we thank you for your hard work. I got a call and a text and a email about right before I got to the board meeting about calling into our county supervisors meeting in favor of school resource officers. I guess there's going to be a lot of discussion about that. And if you believe that school deputies are important, then you might want to call in on that or voice your support of that. I'm definitely in favor of that. I've seen deputies save lives, and I like having the deputies on campus. I think that's good to have the kids in a positive relationship with the deputies, and kind of wish they'd stay in those one place longer, but they do. It gives them a non-threatening time to talk to kids. The kids can talk to them, whatever. I think it's a great program. Congratulations to the winner of our inspirational teacher essay. Mrs. Sheddick was the quintessential teacher of the year. She was one of those ones that just inspired and really mentored kids. And I know, ironically, I had her here. Well, I had Mr. Sheddick, and she was Miss Raysinger, like across the hall back in the day before they were married. And you can't hide that from a middle school kid. Something's going on there. But it makes me think happy thoughts when I was in these classrooms over here, and there was a new love for flourishing back in the day. So congratulations to Fulton and Alsbury about the Green Ribbon School Award. That's cool. That's neat that they can do that, and they're being recognized all over the world. I'm assuming this best thing is at Fulton as well. See, they're all over the map. They're the best of 2022 and a couple other times. So yes, I have the plaques to prove it. So awesome to Fulton, and my hat's off to them. With our ACEs, we have ACEs recipients. Super cool to have all those Jack Northrop team, great team, and then there was all of our parents. I thank you for all the comments. I do take the charge of being a steward over the kids in our district. That's why I got on the school board. I wanted to make a difference with my kids. I still have kids in the district and grandkids in the district. So I want to make sure our district is the best it can be. And I want to work with the team we have here and make sure we can do what's best for our kids. And I know we've got a uphill battle with all these Senate bills and stuff. So keep doing your research, keep up the fight, and let's keep our employees. Let's try to make sure we can keep these employees that we have that are good, that our kids love, and we love them. So with that, long meeting, so I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Keith. Mrs. Grooms.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me all right from St. Louis. I'm supporting education of my daughter-in-law as she graduates with her master's degree, and it's certainly appreciated that you could spare me for the evening and I could do this via WebEx. I wanted to ditto everything Keith said. I really am concerned with all of the different bills also that we are seeing in Sacramento. The discussions that are happening at a national, state, and county level are very, very difficult to sit back and watch. But we as a district have sent a resolution to Sacramento, to our county board of supervisors, to our state and federal representatives, saying we will not support a vaccine mandate as long as this is an emergency level vaccine. We will not support it, and I want to remind people of that. We agree with you on that statement. There are a lot of moving pieces right now. And the fact that we cannot get certain updates for the processes that were approved last August are more frustrating than anything. I absolutely agree with you. But we will do our best to push forward on this. There are certain things that we can do and certain things that we cannot. And I appreciate so much your comments on it. But we are looking at a lot of different parts all at once right here. Congratulations for the update with the charter school I lead. It's good to hear from them and how their kids are doing. I am particularly thankful for the data information on disproportionality. I have a far better understanding of all of the different parts of that particular issue, and the data really does help. So I look forward to really studying that and doing some comparison on that. Very difficult for the average parent or community member to understand things when we talk in acronyms. And that entire presentation, we need to simplify to make it understood, not just so much as by the program name, but the program purpose. So I think that would help me a lot when I'm going out into the community and talking about that. Other than that, I think Keith covered a lot, and I say congratulations to Eric Gold, and really, really happy to have him as a new principal for our district. Very, very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Mr. Wynn?
Yes, it has been a long meeting. I appreciate Rebecca and the attendance report. I hate to see that we lost 3, but we're still 330 above last year, which is good. To Leah Long from Paiute, all the entries, 8th grade students, thank you. I think he said there was 14 entries for the essay winner. And it was good to see Mrs. Polanco and Kim from the principal at Paiute here to award her and be with her during her award. That is a good thing. It shows the dedication of Paiute School, and it goes back a ways. Fulton Alsbury, one of 18 Green School winners in California. Excellent. I think Keith touched on all the ACES awards. But the one that really touched me was the parent, Mrs. Givens, who nominated the 4 teachers from what's that?
I think it was Jack Northrop.
Yeah, Jack Northrop. And then stood there with her children and gave them all hugs. That's what this school district is about. And then New Vista, Kim Cochran and the others from their school. This is what we have at our district. We're not unchristian like we've been called. which is a doggone shame because, gee, I thought I went back 70 some years on being a Christian, but being called not one, that's unfortunate. We've had speakers that spoke everything from vaccination, which Diane Grooms and myself, Dwayne Wynn, did not vote for. We, in fact, voted that we oppose the vaccination mandate if it was put out. So I'm sorry that some of the speakers got that wrong. We are no longer wearing masks, even though that was also brought up. Promotions at kindergarten, 5th grade, whatever grade, they're not graduations, they are promotions. And my hat's off to all of the students that promote out of their grade levels to the next grade level. But whether they're drive-by or in person shouldn't make a difference. If a parent's proud of their children, they should go to the school, drive by, wave at that student, and be happy for them. The CCEIS report was very informative. And my thanks to Rosemary and the rest of the group. And the biggest part of that whole thing that I'm going to take home with me is the Youth Truth Survey, which shows Lancaster School District is not off base with the schools within the district. The culture, the responsive, the whole idea of our district being so close. Sunnydale's a tough school. Paiute's a tough school. But yet, those were both schools that seem to report satisfaction. So, thank you for the CCEIS for putting that together. I hope that we continue to look at Youth Truth and publish all the results of the Youth Truth Survey on our websites because it's very important. And it would show when Mike and Charles are out there looking for new employees, and I'm going to mention it every time, that teachers want to come here. CSEA employees want to come here. And I can't blame them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. And it's been a fantastic board meeting. Interesting. A lot of hot topics out there, like there has been through the pandemic. We have worked through a lot of things. I remember when just going back in person was a big challenge, and we worked through that, and we'll continue to work through all these issues that we're facing. My hat's off to, like Mr. Wayne said, the survey shows the students overall 85% believe that our schools are rigorous and are meeting their needs, and that they have a caring adult, caring teacher in their classroom. I know there's still some issues from going from completely out of school for almost 2 years to going back into school. We're looking at absenteeism as an issue we're working on overcoming, and also behavior problems too, with students learning how to get back in the classroom and focus on their learning. And so we're dealing with that too, with PBIS and different strategies that we're re-implementing, reteaching the kids, and also working with the parents and what's important in the school area. I understand the parents' concerns with the vaccine mandates and masking. They're talking about that, bringing that back. So it's important we do stay on top of those issues and those SB things that they did mention. If we can have that posted on our district website so that parents can look into those. And then if you're against those, you can contact your representatives, or if you're for them, you can contact your representatives. But it's important that we all stay in a part of our students' education. And myself, and I believe I'm speaking for other board members on our board as well, we believe in parent rights, and that parents are the first people involved in raising their children and bringing them up in the right way. And so I know I am definitely for parent rights in education. So I want to continue that at the forefront. Great teacher, the inspirational teacher speeches. It was neat to see all those, and that it's still active and going on. Great ACES awards again. And it was also neat to see that the CCEIS plan that we're working forward on those things too. With that, bring it to Michelle. And
thank you very much. I too just want to echo the congratulations and gratitude for all that is done and all that our staff members continue to do as we celebrate teachers and classified staff members this month. We celebrate nurses and I believe, Day of the Teacher and school nurses. And yes, our classified school employees week as well as Teachers Appreciation Week. Everyone works so hard to do the work that needs to be done to support our students. So please know how much we appreciate all that you do and understand how much everyone each and every day goes above and beyond to do, to give it their all and to do the right thing for our kids. So thank you. Also want to express congratulations to every individual that was recognized this evening, and a special shout out to our newest Lancaster School District principal, Mr. Eric Gold. We are happy to see you make that promotion and look forward to a fantastic new year with you as principal. And I believe that is it, a special recognition and a note of gratitude for the most inspirational teacher essay, and just to share how moved I was by the words of the young lady that really wrote an outstanding essay. So congratulations and thank you to her for her efforts. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. TP. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our meeting for tonight. We'll adjourn at 9:31. Have a great evening.
We need a motion.
What? We need a motion first.
Count vote.
Can't get out yet.
That's right. So move a motion. Motion by Keith Giles.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wynn.
Okay, on item 24, adjournment. Mrs. Grooms, how do you vote?
Aye.
Pretty for her.
I know. Mr. Giles, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. TP, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wynn, how do you vote?
Aye.
On that note, item 24 passes on a vote of 4-0. And now you may say,
Always passes.
Have a great evening. And thank you, everyone.
thank you.